Let me spoil this beautiful picture, guys. I am not Umis, but hey, see, I've got two beautiful people. All right, the first princess and the queen of Impumelelo Educational Trust of 2022. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you guys for joining us. Are you guys busy with something now?
Yes, we're so busy. Oh, we're just so
Very.
busy. Very busy.
All right, I'm not actually quite like believing that. Do you guys believe that? All right, guys. So now that you are here, what were your duties today? Oh, can you please just introduce yourself quickly, and then she follows, and thereafter you guys tell me your duties for today.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Itumeleng Malumani, and as you can see, I am Miss Impumelelo Educational Trust 2022. And this is my duty. Okay, so so today I'm the one who did the welcome service. I welcomed everyone, and I had to talk about the purpose of the day.
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
So yeah, it's so fun today. But yeah, I was
Okay.
doing that.
Hi everybody, my name is Shamaine Makubela and I am the first princess of Impumelelo 2022. And then my duties today, I had nothing to do. Really, I
How is
had
that
nothing.
even right? Let me just come in the middle. Like that.
I had nothing.
How is that even right? Why is it that you didn't have duties for today?
I'm not sure. I was never told to do something, so I came to support.
All right, so I've got one question, guys, for you. Please answer it as best as you could. All right. So ever since Impumelelo Educational Trust started hosting these youth summits, all right, what is that one thing that you feel like the community is constantly misunderstanding about the purpose of Impumelelo Educational Trust and the June 16th?
Okay, misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the question.
Mhm.
I'd say people misunderstand because the community
Yeah.
misunderstand June 16. I don't know, they think we're playing games. They think we just like wearing the uniform
Yeah.
and coming to the hall and dancing
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And it's not even like that. It's so sad because they even wear the uniform and go to clubs. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. And
All
it's
right.
like,
Yeah.
It's so sad.
It's so sad. It's really sad. I mean, we're supposed to be doing here, dancing, be comrades.
Mm.
But nah, they don't do any of that.
If you were to describe June 16 in one word, what is it about? So that the community can stop misunderstanding this day. All right?
Okay.
Mm.
Solidarity.
Okay.
Solidarity. Yeah, that's legit the only thing I can say right now. Solidarity.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Union. Unity.
Unity.
All right.
Shamaine.
What do you think, Sissy?
No, I think it's about celebrating youth. It's not all about wearing uniform and then coming here like wasting our time, but it's all about celebrating freedom as a youth
Yeah.
together and being united.
All right, cute. Well, there you have it, guys. Please stay tuned for more beautiful people to be interviewed right here.
Akamlam Live DC, and the partner I am Sharon Osi. I will be your program director basically. But up next with 2 months, so we get to have fun, commemorate Kamla Namu. So for Labang Atma, approving facilities at the site. And then so for the LT and the sport for we're just waiting for the theaters and so forth.
So siyabonga for July sitoqala kahle ke formally umsebenzi wethu wanamuhla and ngiyajabula kubonakala ngathi sine-order ngicela ukuthi sithi bambe so until i-program ize yofika ekugcineni angithi Nkosazana angithi ne-generation ya-1976 ngiyayibona ikhona la iyouth edala angisho yeah so sitoqala formally program yethu sitoqala ngemkhuleko ngisho kubalekile ukukhuleka whatever you do you start with a prayer ngithi sitoqala umfundisi wethu simbonile ukhona umfundisi besicela utosivulela umsebenzi wethu ngemkhuleko u-invite moya longcwele siyabonga.
Baba wethu Lomuhle, I just want to thank you this morning for such a wonderful gathering as Sukuru. I want to say, Lord, this is the day that the Lord has made. We are going to rejoice and be glad in it. Bless the organizers, bless each and every speaker. Baba wethu Lengcwele uthembekile ngekhathi zonke. Sikubonile usithwala lapho sibuya khona ngezimoto. Usigcinile endleleni wasiphephisa kwaze kwaba la. Ungakho Nkosi ngikhulekela ukuthi lolu suku alube luhle to each and every one. Let's enjoy this day. I pray, Lord, ukuthi akungabi ne-confusion la, akungabi nomsindo, akube ne-order. Egameni likaJesu Kristu waseNazaretha, we thank you, Lord. Amen.
Pastor Mohlale with us. Sawubona baba. Njani? Is this your first time attending the event?
Yeah, it's the first time.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your role today?
Because the bank says that we should encourage the young people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe from the
Yeah, ngiyacabanga ukuthi bangiphile. So, bangithatha the first time. Ngicabanga ukuthi i-age abantwana bakhona. Laba sesikhona.
Yeah.
Because I thought ukuthi consent. With abantu high school. Bangithatha ama-buses.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, what I've noticed and realized ukuthi ngibone abantwana baseprimary and lokho ngicabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe i-message ayikafiki kahle esikolweni uma nasemphakathi.
Then this is going to become a problem.
Yeah, ngicabanga ukuthi lokho maybe next time uma kunga-advertise kahle noma kunga-communicate nabantu.
All right. Because I think bazamile ukuthi baye edikolweni nema-videos aphumile nema-flyers social media. So I think ukuthi maybe bangaka-attend maybe it's because
Yeah, ngicabanga ukuthi i-way mhlambe indlela lenye lengayenzile kungukuthi bangaletha ama-invites mhlambe nasemasontweni because i-youth leningi labanye bakhona emasontweni then bangayenza lokho mhlawumbe kungaletha mphumela
it sounds like bantu labakhonza ebandleni lokhonza kulo ngasibana babe ngiliphi libandla leli bangathi maybe abafisa ukuthi baye ngevakasha ukuze bathole leti mfundiso leti cishe ukhulume ngato namuhla laphana labangafika khona.
uyathi ngicabanga ukuthi wonke amabandla
Yeah.
anako lokho but la ngikhonza khona sinayo leso sikhathi where we gather the young people.
Okay.
Because it's not about telling people to go to heaven. Ngaba singaluza lizulu. Bantu sisaphila sila emhlabeni.
Yeah.
Sifuna kusila emhlabeni and ngicabanga ukuthi as pastors as leaders kufanele siba educate, siba train, siba empower sibantwana bethu so that babone ukukholwa ukuthi na kuhle ngakanani kubaluleke kangakanani. So that to tell them ukuthi bayekele lokho nalokho and it's difficult ukuthi umuntu akuyekele lokho. But ungcono umuntu in-line 10 guide impilo yini and lethelana kusasa.
Alright. So mase sikhuluma ngeJune 16. Kuwe umuntu lokholayo nomuntu ongakhola iJune 16 kuwe in particular isho kuthini?
Kunabantu abaningi labalahlekelwe impilo yabo ngeJune 16. I'm one of those guys salahlekelwa ngabafowethu ku-2016.
Yes, yes.
One guy was a Springs,
Yeah.
kanye ngesikhathi lesi Roland Mlapula, and he lost his life. Lo munye my younger brother mntwana mamncane waba crippled, wadubula ikhumbi kanti bahamba ngayo, then waba paralyzed. So kids is to remember ukuthi kwenzakalani ku-June 16, kodwa ungathi angeke sihlale kuko lokho, ufuna si-encourage abantu, because the moment you remember and you talk into letiyenzekile,
Yeah.
sometimes kuyakubamba ungakhona ukuqhubekela phambili and letha nezono.
Yeah, yeah.
And some of the people asibazondaka abasekho, but kunethi izizukulwane sizizonda abantu labangazange bayenthe. But I think June 16 to bring the people together and motivate njengoba kwenziwe la kwimpumelelo ukuthi abantu bangayi kwedlala amabholo, bangayi kwenatha amatshwala, kodwa babafundise ukuthi kukelana bafowethu noma kwashona abantu naba abantu bayaphumelela. Nakule mpilo lesiyaphumelela noma isimo sike sabasi.
Okay, so kancane nje ungathini kulabanye abopastor labasemabandleni or abantu abakholwayo ba-encourage ukuthi naleli langa leli nalo libalulekile nanoma ngabe uyakholwa ukuba awukholwa.
Leli langa leli libalulekile kubafundisi ma-leaders wonke emabandla.
Yeah.
Is to encourage our people ukuthi bede.
Yeah.
Because la akukhulunywa ngepolitiki, because thina njengabafundi sometimes sicabanga ukuthi uma kuma-organization kanje, ama-event la so sicabanga ukuthi kuyokhulunywa ngokugitsa, bayokhuluma ngepolitiki, ngokubulalana na yonke lento le. But it's not like that. Uma la kunema-career, kunabantwana laba bala isabi laba ukuthi bafundzile la impumelelo trust, and lokho kuba encourage nebantwana bethu emabandleni laba ba from my parents laba ukuthi abasebenzi abanamali, but here is a chance ukuthi bantwana bethu bangafunda.
All right, well there you have it guys. I hope in the video, because he said quite some wisdom namuhla. Siyabonga babe hlala. Siyabonga baba. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashayeleni mfundisi isandla. Siyabonga baba mfundisi Mhlala. Nyalo sesingaqala ke moya lo ngcwele, the Holy Spirit is in this place. See, some of you might be wondering why are we here, but I doubt ukuthi khona lo ngathi. Khona lo ngathi ukuthi namhla dingaki to celebrate in. Is there anyone here who doesn't know what today is? We all know, ne? Lokunye futhi bantu abasekhaya, bantu abami. Let's not be too formal, yabona? Angisho we are here to celebrate, to commemorate this day. To remember labantu labasilwele ngani ukuthi sikhona namuhla kufunza singabhadali esikolweni ngani. So let's not be too formal, angithi. Sitobita Miss Itumeleng Malumane to welcome us officially. Miss Itumeleng Asemshayeleni Tandla as she comes forward. By the way, she is Miss Impumelelo Education. How pala Nimshayeleni Tandla never played, Daivo. Miss Impumelelo Soina. She's our beautiful queen. Shayeleni Tandla, Tandla 10. Tandla 10, ngiyasola. Isn't she pretty?
Sanman Ninjani. Okay, my name, as they said, I'm Itumeleng Malumani. I am Miss Impumelelo Educational Trust, and I would like to welcome all of you for coming to join us today. Okay, yeah, I would like to welcome all of you for coming to join us today. Siyabonga, Fokusi, we know you all have busy schedules, but you managed to make time out of your busy schedules, and you gathered with all of us today. I promise it's gonna be fun, relaxing, say hi, Alana, Sisonke. If you need help, we're gonna help each other. It's basically the same thing. Siyabonga, niben right, niben langa lingahle. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is Mr. Rima Shehu. I'm the CEO of the Impumelelo Educational Trust. And thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. We know ukuthi labaningi ngabe baya kuphi but then they decided to join us, so siyabonga kakhulu, ningalahli nakusasa. So the purpose of this event today is to honor the youth that was abused by the apartheid regime police in Soweto in 1976. On this day, over 500 young people were killed, including school children. As the Impumelelo Educational Trust, we commemorate our comrade Roland Mulap by giving annual lectures. And on this day, the youth gathered together as we are gathered here. We do different activities. Today we will also have a career exhibit, Lana. We have different people, different professions, which will be teaching us ukuthi bafike njani la bafike khona. So siyabonga ukuthi nibe khona lana, and we hope ukuthi masiphuma la into banifunze something. The main purpose of this event is ukuthi nasiphuma lana sibe sifunze something less different and new. Ngoba it's not career, it's not about teaching, nursing and whatever. There are other careers. So nilaleleni and learn something also. Kunebantu laba different, we have different information to share nani. So pay attention and learn something. It's very important. So guys, feel free and have fun. Have fun. Most of all, have fun, but learn something.
Hi guys, welcome back once again to the 6th Youth Summit of Impumelelo Educational Trust. I've got with me the most important person in the community, guys, Miss Sharon Nkosi. Hi.
Hi, Ms. Zanele. Like you said, I'm fine. You're making me blush. I'm the most important.
You are. She's playing a very big role. I've got one very important question that I wish that everybody should literally get in the community, within the community. All right. So ever since Impumelelo Educational Trust started hosting this youth summit on June 16, what is that one thing that you feel like the community keeps on misunderstanding when it comes to Impumelelo Educational Trust and June 16 purpose?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you, I can't remember if you've introduced me, but my name is Sharon Karabo Nkosi.
Yeah.
I am the spokesperson of the MEC for the Mpumalanga Department of Health. I am a youth activist. I also belong to a political party called the ANC Youth League. I'm a former NEC member of the ANC Youth League, but I'm also a volunteer of Impumelelo Education Trust,
True.
and I've been part of this. I've been part of organizing this event. It pains my heart to see that most of the parents, yes, we see them saying they appreciate the work that Impumelelo is doing, but we feel that they are not doing their part as parents or as community members, because we feel that for Impumelelo to produce more graduates, they need to also play their part. For example, we constantly ask, please just contribute just 100 rand. That will take the organization far. So, and also, by us hosting this event, we are saying we are trying to create awareness that we are here as Impumelelo. We are trying to create a consciousness also, because we currently our founder, which is Mr. Sipodi Bakwane, is presenting a paper, which we believe that whatever he's presenting there will awaken political consciousness and to make young people understand their role in the community. So Impumelelo is here, and we are requesting our parents, our community members to also take part and come and give a helping hand. I believe that we can change the status quo of SAB. We can change many lives of young people, but SAB can be transformed.
Wow, I have never seen anybody who's so dedicated in her work. You definitely love this community and the people in it. All right, thank you so much for this interview. We hope that you guys heard her. All right, because thank you, Claire.
Sanibonani. Nijani? Ni right? Ngithini. Okay, lo mephambi kwenu uhleziphi wakamkwena akusingi imikhansela, but then I've been sent by councillor ukuthi into okhuluma as I'm a member of a ward committee and I serve under youth, sports and arts and culture. So from the municipality besithandza kubonga
such an event, leyendwa impumelelo, not only ukuthi yasihlanganisa, but then sibonga letinto le itendako. Sonke we are aware ukuthi we have graduates, noma lost the account how many we have, but then I'm sure ukuthi bayadlula 4 or 5. Okay, they are 10 now. 11. Then shayitanda. So as Nimuntu Lomusha, I'm proud to be standing in front of you namuhla ngintshele futhi that I'm proud to be a part of Sabi and ngikhule ngaphansi kweimpumelelo ngibona letinto leyitendako from school asisesibelana, and then I'm glad ukuthi nani nilana, not only nine but then siyababona nebantu labadzala kithi, ngiyambona umfundisi Mhlala naye ukhona. We need such people in events laba batosiguide abasikhombisa indlela lekumele sihambe ngayo. So into lento ngitshela yona ukuthi kude lokutolunga ngaphandle kokuthi esikoleni. We can fight ngato tonke tindlela, but then without education angeke siwine le battle. We have seen it by Wile 1976. Nyalo nat, it's our chance to fight it better. And a better by so I mean siyahamba sesikoleni, we get qualifications, siyasuka sihamba sifuna umsebenzi, we open job opportunities for bantu labasha ukuthi baqasheke. Ngaphambi kwenu ntontshela ukuthi ne-IEC iyas-invite mhla ka-24, and I'm disappointed because angiboni i-youth lakhaya le yala ekhaya. I'm only seeing bantwana besikolo nalababuya ngaphandle. So iyasimema i-IEC to be part of i-event lebayihosta khona lana leyidzinga more than 500 attendants, and ifuna for i-vulnerable youth ne-unorganized youth. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi if it's unorganized, sisho labagcwele like trading, baruma around, not going to school, not working, labanye they are hustling around emakhoneni. So iyas invite is let us gather ourselves, itosikhombisa indlela ukuthi singayinqoba kanjani. Ane Msese right? Nanyiv? Nsho? Okay. The last announcement lingnayo, we have an event futhi mhla ka-29. Le invite all stakeholders for youth by youth. Sibuye istova ukuthi isiphatheleni regarding my businesses nokuthi isifanda njani if maybe you have a business lehambako but then you don't have ifunding. So we'll try by all means to invite the NYDA, Ibuyi, itosinceda. Like because siyabona there's something happening marangaskati, they are not happening emehlweni ethu lokunye kwenteka outside. Sanibonani? Ninjani? Okay, ngiyabonga Mhleziphi Mkwena ngizoba nginani throughout the event iziyofika ekugcineni. Thank you.
Siyabonga Ms. Mhleziphi Mkwena. She's also a young person. It's good to see our young people represented in such important structures. We feel proud as fellow young people to see young people recognized in councils and in ward committees. So shortly next time we'll have a councillor that is a young person that is under the age of 35. Ngiyakulobishela njalo. Asemshayela intandla futhi kokugcina. Kusho wona ukuthi as young people we have potential, angithi? Yeah. Kunalenye ingoma ithi I can be, if I work hard it is, I can be whatever. If I work hard it is, I can be where I wanna be. Yabo? So asibambe lapho. If you work hard, doesn't matter where your background or how your background is, you can achieve whatever. I mean, Sisadoba motivated, we've got speakers that will encourage us. Nyakabanga Pumalana, not the same. So, Jongoba Shilo, Sina, our founder, who is our father, the founder of Impumelelo Education Trust, who God gave a vision to say, no, but you can't let Bantuana Tamacho, Bantuana Basasabi, but at the metric, after metric, this is the vision I'm giving you, and he was not lazy. But that's our kitchen vision, together with other members. Unfortunately, others have left us, like Lestombe Lesanya Mbona Lubabelo Lapayan, Ubab Haurelo, Tuarelo, Mashiho. When God gave him the vision, he went and invited them and said, this is what God has instilled in me, and we must make sure that we change the status quo or the life of a child from Tabatri. So, tela mageta sugume utotato stela nga one very important person, Walana Esab, a person that shaped the politics of this country. Asimshayele Ndandla as a suguma etapambili, Mr. Sipodi Bagwan. And at that 10, Palamina Shine, Shayan Tanda, we are celebrating the life of Mr. Sipodi Bagwan.
Amanda, this is for Naihone. Amanda, 495 Kozi Street, Nekaya. Amanda, Belamele Sugumin, Shelpans, Sugumin, Bear, Sog. For a similar Yonke, Amanda, for a Sabi Yonke, Amanda, for a Pumalanga Yonke, Amanda. For South Africa, Yonke, Amanda. For Hector Peterson, Amanda. To long live the spirit of Hector Peterson, long live. Long live the spirit of Oliver Tambo, long live. Long live the spirit of Chris Hane, long live. Long live the spirit of Steve Biko, long live. Amanda. Amanda. Okay, I started pass. Alright. Greetings to everyone. Program directors, thank you very much for the opportunity. I don't take it lightly for the opportunity that I get to be given every time to speak to yourselves, guys, on the 16th of June. As we know that this is a day for all of us to come. As you know, some of you, I live in Johannesburg full time, and I come here now and then to be with all of us here. Now, all of us know about the Impumelelo Educational Trust, this year in 2022, we are 10 years. We started in 2012, ne? So we are 10 years. Can we clap hands for Impumelelo for 10 years? Now we have produced now 11 graduates. That means after 10 years, if we can count, it means a year we're producing a graduate, ne? Yes, and we now have 11 graduates, and all of them, these graduates are from Laisimil. All of them. Especially in that. Ababi Soweto, Ababi America, Ababi anywhere, they're from here. Program director, July, has a BCom in accounting. Nimboni Langitsula, our program director. Where's the program director? Usashangan is somewhere. Yes, the program director is also a graduate, BCom in accounting, and he is a tax practitioner. Ne? He works for himself. I can't see him, or he works for himself. Ne? That is what we want to see happening. Ne? That we go and create jobs, not for you to go with Education empowers you to can make decisions for yourself and make decisions about your life. And it's now is one of our graduates for July. And we know we implement a lot of programs throughout. Lots of programs. We have this one on 16th June, we have Miss Impumelelo, and we also have a back to school campaign, we have matric support. We also have our table there. Anyone who wants to volunteer to donate, please come through. Now, what I'm here to deliver to you is just shortly about June 16. All of us, we know that on this day, the kids in Soweto and surrounding areas revolted against the system of apartheid because they were intending to use everything in Afrikaans. And just imagine, everything in Afrikaans. So they revolted against that, and they were led by Abunti Mashini, all of them. They revolted against that. They take a decision. We tell our men, please to come through and take your and sit down. And they revolted against the system. Ne? So today in Jobasila, we are commemorating them. So all of them, it is estimated we see almost 700 of them were killed on the day. Ne? Now, Joba Baba Bulala 700. So we're saying we do not want their death to be in vain. So we want to come here every year, we commemorate that day, but we also reflect on our situation and also how we can move forward as a people and also as a country. Ne? Now, what is currently happening, and I want to thank you guys for coming through. I want you to observe very carefully. Ne? Tonight when you're going to watch the news, ne? We are going to see people doing sports days, people doing drinking or parties, youth day, music, and all of that. Mbugenje, watch carefully in the next 2 to 3 days. Now, what we are refusing to do is that this day, kids revolted against the system. And it is just not possible that we then turn this day into a sports day. You know, we can play at any given point in time. If all of you check, and all over the world around, I think we're the only country where people have died, we don't commemorate them, instead we do parties. Ne? We do parties, then the sports day, and we don't want to remember and reflect and say what does this mean for us. That's why now we say we're not going to do sports today. Forever we're going to bring knowledge to you, bring education to you, so that we empower ourselves. Oh, Hector Peterson opened this day for us. We will say last corner for the match. That's why all of us who are wearing uniform are reflecting on this day. So, moving forward, be careful of what you consume in the media. Ubuge, think twice, analyze how you look at things and all of that, you know? So this thing you would say, turn this thing to a sports day into a sale, Emma Mall, but there's a June 16 sale. How do you have a June 16 sale when people have died? Eh? Buy one, get another one free on June 16. People have died. Later on, you'll see, okay, so we have a June 16 special, get buy one beer, get another beer. Can we really describe and define ourselves in that fashion? Something is wrong with our minds. So, see, let us remember all of that. Let us not be pushed over. Because there's a lot of things that get to be thrown at you. You know, when you're watching TV, you're watching the work of another person. The person, like generations, whatever story, already they've worked. That's why we're coming with books for you to read. Or go ahead and read so that we're able to see how the world operates and able to analyze things in a particular way. So we're refusing on that. As Impumelelo, we are rejecting this thing of this day to be turned a sports day. Because Gabo Hector Peterson now, it's a sad day. Hector Peterson was shown under 16 years. Imagine now, he's 40 years late, he should have been around 50 something. And he was the son. Obviously, they were expecting to see is the son, so you know how a son is celebrated at home. Now, Shona 16. You know, because it's a sad day for all of us. That's why we want to come here and reflect from what we've seen. And Namavila Fundis as they on in the morning, it's also an indication of how we must see things. Again, so I've got here a paper that was written by one Joe Maswangani. We have made copies of the paper. The paper he reflects about the history of the youth movement. I'll just summarize it for you, but please do get this paper. We'll also upload it on our website, because one thing that you should know, without knowledge, without everything, you're not going anywhere. If you don't know your history, there's no way you're going to go forward. Okay? Now, shortly what this paper does is that it locates the participation of the youth around from 1945, when the ANC Youth League was formed. That group of youngsters are the ones that were pushing for the ANC to be radicalized and also for politics to move to another level, because people were feeling exclusion from that government. So they played a role, that generation, and that generation led to the formation of Umkhonto weSizwe around 1960, and when it was formed, it was then the start of a serious liberation struggle for South Africa. As we know, around 63, Nelson Mandela, they were jailed and went to prison, and some of our leaders went outside as far as Tanzania, Angola, Russia, in fighting against the system. Now, it went throughout that period. Now, in 1976, our leaders were jailed. From 1963, 64, 65, there was what you can describe as a lull. The only period of a lull, it moves like, lukewarm. You don't know whether it's hot or cold, because people were afraid of the system. At the time, the apartheid government had came into place in 1948, and that was very brutal. Even here, Naisabi at the time, in the 80s, if you remember well, even the Habani too, we were figure my points about Snyal, Melo Hambo you want. Okshala Gunde, Melo Yellow, Nangis Pastor La Apollo, Ishala, Inyana, Melo Yellow. If Nambani 3, they ask you, where are you going? Are you trying to organize or what? Now, this generation, number 76, they revolted, and people like Roland Molapo, whom we are celebrating today as one of our heroes, then were inspired by 1976. Coming from Laisabi, Roland Molapo went a Springs, from a Springs, Alokapuya, Kagukona, Laisabi, Roland Molapo. Then Wahamba, you trainer outside, trainer Angola, a trainer Naselusaga. Then he, now and then, will come through. But 1986, around July, just want to give you this story so that you can understand. 1986, around July, they came in from Swaziland. So what they were doing, the strategy of the ANC at the time and liberation movements was that you will have a group of people, maybe 4 or 5, which you call a cell. Those that are praying today, they even use this word, and it's, your pastors have this to say, in your cell during the week, Ambani your tandaza, or look at the scripture and all of that. I guess that's what you do, Pastor. I guess they do that. Now, when they were a cell, they were moving by a cell of around 4 or 5. He was the commander of that one. So, for you to be given a title of a role of a commander, you should have satisfied certain requirements. You should have shown that you are brave, you are this person. Not any person was given this role of a commander, because you have a group of people whom you work with, and it was not given to anyone. So they came via Swaziland, again, but they were targeting a Springs, a Katlehong around Lapiana. So on that day, between I think the 20th of July and the 29th of July, they fought against the police. They managed to kill some of the police They managed to kill some of the people around also who were supporting apartheid government, also killed the police, and unfortunately they were also killed as well. He was killed in July. What they did, the apartheid government, they then took him to a mortuary. From a mortuary, then they used to have what they called a secret grave, like at the back of the township. I am quite sure even Alaisa, we can find out with the people that are buried, we don't know. They will come at Suku to bury some of these comrades. And then their families, they are nowhere to be found. Imagine that someone as a Kaigi Shonile and not Busugu. Even there are some, even till today, they don't know what happened to them. Whether they are coming or they are not coming. Like you see in that picture, Hector Peterson Bamba Bin, they have Maku. Nobody knows Busugu Maku. Now, then they buried Roland Molapo at the back of the Pekatli home. If family are Kayala, Esabi. Until they pushed, the police agreed to go around October. They went Bamkuba foods. I guess this Bam to Bamkuba. That's familiar. Now, Roland Molab, when so, number points they even took my R4, my R1, they shot him. Even when he was dead. They took out Bogistak, Malmega line, they shot him. But you can now take your terrorist. Bamtata, Bahapanae, Baba ini sama happen dan go mage plan. Ahapan babi sale ngabo komazi basindanzene komazi basi so sepito until they buried him in 1986. I remember quite well 1986. I think I was doing standard 4. What is standard 4 now? Grade 6. Is it grade 6? Yes, grade 6. Now on the day they came to bury him here, they stopped everything. No one was allowed to go to the graveyard. See, now we're at school, they locked our school's gates. Police were moving South Africa, defense force with guns like this, going to the grave to bury him. It lasted not an hour, and then came back. So that's how he was buried. Is buried here, Roland Mulapo, buried with bullets where he is. That's what happened to him. So that's why we are honoring him. If I, for one example, but not pay but change, that's one thing I'll ask with changing Gamalet. Now, live in Gamala says similar, but similar, local similar. I see it out. I would have loved Sister Roland Mulab. Maybe we'll be inspired by that. You know, that's my wish. I guess all of us have our wishes. And then you mustn't fight with me because it's my wish. Someone about social media say, I want to be obsessed with Roland Mulab. Yes, I'm obsessed. Because he's my hero. I regard him as my hero because he's from here. I don't, you see, me, if you can ask me about my heroes, I will tell you some people are from here. I say America, Yababona, yes, Yababona. You know, my hero, Maluma Latin. You know, Maluma Latin here. What we are doing here is actually a continuation from what Maluma Latin was doing. Maluma Latin is owning that shop now. He selling passport about Western Flag. When we passed Standard 5, we came here. Samala, he bought us watches. Maluma Latin did a lot of things like that. Nanu magni funerali, tola unispan wafnagula hamba banige mahali. Nema marathon, besigijima, all of that. So, impumelelo ngabona lamabhena, but we are continuing from that philosophy. Yabo, lebetenabo, sifunzela kubo. It's one of my heroes, Maluma Latin, which I salute him so much. Actually, I even thought you know, when I go there to the shop, the way you treat you, I even thought this dog is you know, the way he talked to you, no, you are so special. So, him and Roland Mulapo, a whole lot of people. So we are saying we are honoring him and others that have been here before him. So the paper then challenges every one of us as the youth to say, what do we need to do in our spaces? Ne? And if we can look at history across the world, the youth are the movers of society. Once the youth ilala, if this generation is gonna go to sleep, gonna go and get drunk, jive piano every day from 8 a.m. to another 8 a.m., there's nowhere where we're going to go. Imagine if what Hector Pizza said he didn't do. I would have been talking to you now in Afrikaans, probably. They revolted against the system. So all of us, where we are, we can change. And let's test if that we can do. I want to change the world. Can you tell your neighbor there? I change the world. I want to change the world. Yes. And you must know and understand that all material times, you might be staying here, but it doesn't mean let me tell you something which I did. Now I'm still surprised and shocked about what I did. Now, I'm 17, I work I'm a policy research and analyst. I'm telling you guys. Now, we had the e-toll story. Now, remember the e-toll? Now, says la piana. Bayosha. Program director, what are they doing now? We can't be doing this. Okay, now, please, that's my major movement there. Now, the story that I want to tell you is that we wanted to issue a statement about the e-toll. So we seated in the ANC study group in Parliament. So as part of the team writing the statement, so we had a statement, then but okay, let's have your views. Then I make the view. I said, Minister, I think maybe Masna saw, Sender saw, and then tell the public like this. Minister asked, okay, that's okay. Full stop. Say shy. What Ibagwan is saying, we're gonna do it like that. Ne? And we then went to the media briefing. Minister, wakhuluma exactly the way khulume ngakhona. Ngiyakuthola. Wakhuluma exactly the way khulume ngakhona ngathi, hey. And then later on, when I get home, I watch the minister talking, one interview. He is saying exactly what I said. I said, that wasn't powerful, man. Yeah, and then we are going to mean, like, sir, and we are Jews, we are like, sir, minister, we are the cumulative young man, and the late Minani. So, what I'm saying to you guys, seated here, what about hayi mina la ekhaya sihlala RDP ngeke siyenzawo. Focus on your books. Funze uphase kahle esikolweni. There's a lot of things. Nathi esimpumelelo will support you. Sinika ama results for you to continue. That's what we'll do. And you also get bursaries. There's a lot of bursaries. Nasiswet Lindwe Mawawa today from Department of Transport. She will come and tell you about careers in the maritime transport industry. Unbonile last Friday, Madon maritime, about working in maritime. She's been working in the sea, for 6 months. You know, imagine, I'm a step. You know, 6 months at Apelwan. She will tell you about all of that. So we have Dr. Saruna Lingana today. She will tell you how is it to be a doctor. Now Melusi today, Melusi and a pilot, you know, he's busy with that. He'll come and tell you who's Kambanjas. Now Kumelele today should also come and tell you how to be a forester. So, and all these guys are from around here, you know. So we are saying to you, it's possible, it happens, it can happen. And Mina, program director, as I conclude, I'll be very happy one day. Mangabwana from Naisabi, we have Miss South Africa, we have the president of South Africa, Naisabi, we have the minister, we have anyone and everywhere. So this is the copy of the Ilona. So later on we'll have a panel discussion, Nadababe Macarius, and then we'll take it from there. For now, we can get a copy in the Benayo, and then we'll take it from there. Thanks for listening. Amanda!
Alright guys, welcome back once again. I've got another guest. Her name is Miss Pumelele Makubane. You guys saw it on the promo video, alright? She was there looking like this. She's even prettier in person. Hi Ma.
Hi, how are you?
I am fine. Tell us, where are you from?
I'm from Escort,
Alright. And what do you do for a living?
I'm currently working as a harvesting forester here at your timbers, Laisabi.
Alright, awesome. So what were you here assigned basically to do here today?
Now I was here just to talk more about my career as I'm working as a forester, so I'm just talking about the forest in general.
Okay.
Yeah, the tips and also my journey to where it started, why I decided to do forestry.
Okay. Why did you feel the importance of coming here to address the kids about career, guidance and stuff?
For me, I think it's very important, especially for surroundings like this. We are surrounded by so much forest, so
yeah.
I think it is important for our learners to know more about forestry, because it's not all about trees just standing. It's much deeper than that. Okay. And I feel like it's also important to also have our own people doing the forestry, especially Laisabi, because even for me at home, we're surrounded by the same forest, but there was no one who was doing forestry. That's why I also decided to do forestry.
All right, I think the youth of today, everybody who attended, they must be so lucky to have you as one of the guests here.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. All right, there you have it, guys. Let's meet again on my next guest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another June 16th, where Impumelelo Educational Trust gets to host their 6th Youth Summit. So, of course, we've got so many guests, and I am here to make sure that you guys get the story as to who is here to do what. So first up on our list, a person I'm going to be interviewing shortly, her name is Dr. Saruna. Hi, Ma.
Hi, Karen.
I am fine, thanks, and you?
I'm very well, thank you. So excited to be here.
I am so happy that you are here. Is this your first time attending?
Very first time.
Okay, good. Yeah. So what are you here to talk about?
My career as a doctor, a medical doctor, and then just some basic principles that I wish someone had told me about when I started this career as well.
So these kids are actually very lucky to have you.
I'm hoping so. I hope they leave inspired. This is what I would have wanted to hear myself back when I was still matric, grade 11.
Yeah. All right, awesome. All right, guys, stay tuned for more and more other interviews coming up
All right, this is me, Zanele Zandile Malandule, but you guys can call me Z. Chilling out. Bye.
No, siyabonga babu wethu Sipho Bakwani, the founder of Impumelelo Education Trust. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of our ward councillor, Mr. Paul Mokhosinyana. He has joined us. Bengicela simshayele intandla. Nyalo ngiyeva bantu bami seniyakhala. Ngicela bosisi ukuthi abanilethele ukudla mina seniyakhala nangemakhaya. So sizozama ukuthi le program siyende ukuthi irane very fast. Besitocela nyalo sesitopita labantu osifundisa obatosicocela kabantu nama careers laba bawendayo. Utositshela July ukuthi sipita abanyana.
Okay. Okay, before Stubega, still lama debating team in the meantime, Baba regroup if there are any things that Tangan as a group and then Lungsa Con, because you might follow in the next items. Ulama my career. Okay, as we stubborn program yethu sohamba item number 7. Sisiyocela Miss Atasha Mbuyane etato advice on career.
Ngathi-ke comment besicela Ms. Siphumelele Magubane. Asimshayele intandla etangaphambili. To everyone, Gamalam is Pumelele Makubane. Originally, I'm from Escort, KZN. Currently working at Timbers as a harvesting forester. So today, ngizochaza kabanzi career forestry. So for me, I studied forestry at University of Stellenbosch for 4 years. So I did forestry and wood science. So, but there are also other universities like South Africa that you can do forestry. It's Stellenbosch University, you can do your degree. And the second one is Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, which is NMU. You can do your diploma there in forestry. And you can also do it at University of Venda. There's this one, but you can do a certificate there. So it's just few universities that you can do forestry like in South Africa, or else you can go internationally. So umsebenzi engiwenzayo mina, as I said, you would say I'm a harvesting forester. Sisebenza nalabantu abawisihlahla. We just, but we plan for them. How are they gonna do it, and when, and how, and what exactly do we want, the products that we need. So umsebenzi wethu more is just to plan for people
and then you tell them what to do and how you want to do it. But we also have other types of foresters. We also have civiculture forester, where we have labo, they focus more actually ihlahla, so they plan nabo, not like they'll go and jali ihlahla, no. You plan the work, ukuthi abantu when are they gonna plant, they are taking care of trees, maintaining, so it's all about planning, and then you give it the plan to people to do it. And we also have research foresters, those ones that just focus more on research. Those ones, about genetics. Oh, I forgot the other university, it's University of Pretoria. There you can do your master's in research for genetics in forestry. So Labo is just research, they're more based in research, and then we have planning foresters. Planning, they just go on a deeper level of planning. So they plan for us, but we also plan for people. So those ones in general, they're just planning for our companies on how to do everything. And then we also have abantu abasebenza ema-nurseries where they have a greenhouse. So those ones are also our foresters. So it's just different types of section as now. And the provinces that you can work, it's here in Mpumalanga, as I'm here. You can work at KZN, you can work in Mpumalanga, and you can work at Eastern Cape. At Western Cape you can work, but not as George, not as Cape Town. That's where last Tolakoni Forestry here in South Africa. The other provinces, there's no way. Okay, the requirements, I forgot. So you must do, for me, you must have physics, maths and languages, English and your home language. And the minimum requirements, I think 60% maths and 50% physics. Those are minimum requirements. But it's also different. So if you want to do wood engineering, you have to have 70% maths and 70% physics, because we also have the engineering side of forestry. And then okunye okudingakalayo ama-skills okumele ube nawo, it's leadership, because we work more with people, like every day. We have to communicate with people on different levels. And then we must have planning skills or planner, self-motivated, and communication. And the other things, you must be physical fit. It's different, but for foresters like us, harvesting and silviculture, you must be fit. It's also different with companies, but the big companies in South Africa, fitness may be corner, because we do fight fires, so you must be able to be fit. And also driver's license. I'm just gonna say a few stories about the license issue, especially for us as black people, because it's not like white people on a license at the age of 16. By the time I started to funda, ushapu and experience is different from ours. And then Tina, we finish matric, we go to university, we chow NSFAS, we forgot to we must we must do our malenas and license J. And then by the time you finish your studies, because license is also a part of the requirement for 7, you must be able to drive. And then that's where you realize, I don't qualify. You have the qualification, but you don't qualify. So for those who are considering forestry, Mausa University, you must save if you, your parents are banai just to do your license. Because for me, I lost, when I finished, one of the biggest companies, they called me, okay, we have space. And I was like, gosh,
I don't have license, and then went to bye. And then I had to stay at home because of the license. So, Leo driver vele, we have to, and Melesians vele, because you're is Vimba in terms of opportunities. And then Obunye is the nice thing about forestry, if you are someone who loves to work outside, just to see the environment, because there's a lot of things that are happening apparently. So if you are someone who likes to do outdoor activities and work, so it's a great career for you. We also have office work, but I think it starts for most of us. We start here as being foresters, and then as you grow, you can move to research because it's easy, because you know what is happening on the ground level. So you must be, so it's one of the main things you must like. But as a woman, it's also a challenge in the industry, because as a black woman, we have few black women in our industry. So sometimes you still have to adapt in the environment, yabantu besilisa, and also in the white industry, because gwele abelungu lapha. So ezinye izinto eziba that's experience is that in forestry you don't work close from home, because there are a lot of people from Mpumalanga, and then when I came here, a lot of people from KZN. So it's always, I don't know why, but it's always like via exchange or something like that. So it's one of the challenges that you also accept, you know, I'm not gonna work like Sabi. As much as Sabi is surrounded by forest, but you're not gonna work here. Maybe we'll go there or Zululand and work there. And any indoor, it's we have few women. So for me, in my department, I'm the only woman that is there. So it's just me. Sometimes you have to fight the stereotypics about business. No, you can't do this. No, don't give it. So it's like, it's a thing. So you have to deal with it and fight it. And my challenge is it's a risk environment. So it's kind of, you have to, you know, because driving around the forest is kind of a risk, but it's also a nice experience. You get used to it and you enjoy it. And we also have fires. So at some point, that's why I said you must be fit, because you have to be a commander there for fire. So you must experience the environment of being around fires, which is also a big risk, because being there, it's a risk. So the message that I can say to the learners is abantu baseSabi, and I see Sabi is forestry. It's like, but I've never seen anyone, even in my class, there was no one from Sabi. There was only one person from Mpumalanga, which is shocking, because like Mpumalanga is trees everywhere, like trees. The moment you call about big it's trees. So I think we must also consider the career in forestry here. As for me, I also grew up in an environment like this. Ekaya, it's like deep in the forest. It's better here because the town is close by. For me, the town is like 50 kilometers away, and then it's trees, and then a village on the other side. So that's one of the reasons I decided to do forestry, because my mother was working there, and she was like, hey, I saw the young people up there driving cars, they come and teach us. So maybe you must consider, you know, it's very nice, they are wearing big boots and what. And so that's where I was like, okay, maybe I must I must do it because I'm also the only person in my village who did forestry, so no one is doing it, but yet we have trees around us. Yeah, I think we must also consider, so for those who want to know more or want to ask questions, I think you're also welcome to come to me. I'm also working there by York Timbers, so if you pass by the office, you can see me and have a talk. Thank you.
Asimshayela intandla futhi siyabonga sesiphumelele Magubane. In fact nje kuvisa ubuhlungu ukuthi si surrounded ngehlahla uqinisile mara aside ma foresters laphuma khona la ekhaya. I think nine generation, this is the generation that will change the status quo. Angithi bantu abasekhaya. Angithi nosebenza le ehlahleni. Yeah. Nyalo sitopita Dr. Saruna naye Saruna Lengana. Cela nimshayele intandla naye mntwana wala ekhaya dokotela wethu. Yeah, beautiful woman. Simshayele intandla phela le ntandla. Oh, akushatshe intandla. Makungagcini ngaye nani ngandoba bodokotela. Yeah, simshayele intandla. Makathatha Dr. Saruna sidocela wandiswa simelana naye abuye engaphambili.
Sanibonani. Yo, ngiyabonga for the invitation, all protocol observed. Thank you for the opportunity. I am so excited for Noge who are here, especially the learners, and I suppose the older learners as well. I'm so excited for your future. Today, what I'm hoping that you'll get from my little piece is to see yourself beyond the things that we've done, beyond what Sipho and everybody else has done. Take whatever it is that we're sharing with you and use it now, starting today. What I'm hoping for when and for all of you guys today is Usuge Lana having been lit up, fired up to do something globally, not locally. Asakabang your ilogish lako, utabanga global man. So I'll tell you, it's my speech or my talk is going to be in two sections. I'll tell you a little bit about my journey as a doctor, a medical doctor, and then something that I wish an older person had told me when I was starting out in this career that I'm telling you guys. So Sekishini, we're having a conversation. In grade 11, I didn't know what I wanted to do. My mom, she's an accountant. What's no do accounting? I was like, no, being rebellious. So I was like, no, I don't want to do accounting. I was passing, I was just cruising. So my marks were good enough. I could apply for medicine. I applied in only one university, and that was UCT. There are other universities as well where you can do medicine, but I wanted to be far, far away, so I went to UCT. I got a provisional acceptance, grade 11. Matric came. I didn't do so well that first term. And there's a point in why I'm telling you all of this. I hope that every one of you guys sees hope that it's not the end, right? I didn't do so well in one of my important tests in accounting, and I remember Mistress Watsi gave me, Saruna, konje u-applyele kuphi? So I told her, I've been accepted at UCT for medicine. But ngalama marks lawa, I think never downgrade. You need to go to another university because Emma Maxwell right. I went home, told Uma about it, and we came up with a strategy from around that April holiday. I went from a 28% in accounting first term to 93% end of matric because I studied afraid. I went ahead. So, thank you. The whole point that I'm trying to tell you is where you are right now, this cross-section, it's not the end. There's always an improvement. With the hard work, you can always move up. I got into medicine, stayed in Cape Town. It was the first time away from home. I'm with nobody. One of my friends that I'm still friends with today, Usasho Namanje Gutsi, I was so nerdy in Cape Town because I didn't have a bursary. I didn't know where the money was going to come from. So the only thing I had was to study. Like, there was just nothing else. I had to pass. I had to do it in those 6 years. Usasho Namanje, the friend, she knew exactly where it was that she was going to find me, in my room studying. She'll come collect me, we'll go have our supper together, and then I'll go back and hit the books. There was a lot of praying that came with it. But I passed eventually. I want to go back. Third year, I realized that medicine is not for me. But I couldn't pivot, man. Remember I was telling you when I started, I didn't have a bursary. I had to finish. And the other thing was, I wasn't going to start something, I'm going to start and I'm going to give up when it gets hard. So I continued those, the last 3 years, and I did well. I passed a distinction at the end of the 6 years as well. But it's not because I was necessarily the best. It was really the hard work and learning how to pivot whenever there was a challenge in front of me. So I'm hoping that, once again, the theme Lewito Live is that you can always pivot. If you don't like something, like I love the Bible, and someone says that the Bible is a strategy. So if you're reading the Bible and you're not getting something out of it that you're supposed to be doing, you've missed the whole point. Don't read it, just close it. So Mangbuga is David. The strategy that I'm getting from him is that he did his best out in the field as a shepherd boy. He made sure that he was saving the sheep. Every day he could account for all the sheep. Even if it took a lion to kill, he killed it. It took a bear at some point to kill. He was ready for it because he was going to save the sheep. If it meant him dying, if it meant him being injured, he was going to get his degree. This is now, I'm extrapolating. So there's nothing that's too hard that you're going to face with the right mindset, that this is what I want, I'm going to get it, and nothing is going to stop me. What's funny is that, just like you guys, David was already a king, Asese, the shepherd boy. But what was the difference is that he had to get through not only the lion, which was training, not only the bear, but he had to get through a Goliath, which was bigger, like it was his biggest fight ever. He didn't back down. There were other people who were probably stronger than him. He wasn't the strongest. He wasn't the most intelligent. But he was ready and willing. He had been practicing how to face all of these challenges. And he kept on winding. Probably with the lion, he was like, I need a different strategy when I'm fighting with the lion compared to the bear. But he was ready and willing. So you must also set your mind today that the challenges that I'm facing, whether it's maths or at home or whatever you don't have a solution for, you keep practicing. because there's going to be an opportunity. An opportunity comes to everybody. You will get the opportunity to go to school. There's bursaries available, there's encouragement, there's all of this. But have you been practicing so that you can meet those challenges as best as you can? So, just continuing forward from, I did internship for 2 years, Itireleng, which is in Krugersdorp, so that I'm closer to home. We've moved from Sabi, and we moved to Pretoria, so I was closer to home. I could go home every weekend when I was free. Did a community service at a local clinic in Itireleng, Dobsonville as well, which is in Joburg. And every time, what I noticed looking back now is that I've always had a question. All my career moves are a question that I'm trying to answer. Why? So in where I did internship, El Raton, I noticed that we were seeing clinic cases during the hospital day. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Why are we wasting resources like this? They could be seen elsewhere. So my question was, let me go see what are the issues at the clinic. Let me try and solve the issues at the clinic, because I won't be able to solve them here at the hospital. That's why I went there. And I saw that this was bigger than me. This was too big. So I decided to do research. So I spent about 5 years, and I think you guys are aware of the National Institute for Communicable Diseases. Especially with COVID, they do research for South Africa. They are the research wing on all our public health issues. So I spent 5 years working with them there. And I realized God's grace as I was working there as well, that because of my faithfulness, as I was transitioning, it's not like there's a path that says to be a doctor, you start here and you end here. You keep paving it. Being the doctor is just the foundation, right? You keep building. And remember, we're global people now. We are global thinkers. I'm not there yet, but watch the space. We are getting there. So, while I was there, I was starting to manage a whole lot of projects, projects that affected a couple of provinces in the country. Of my colleagues that I graduated with, there's very few of us who've had that opportunity, and it's what you make of it. It's the questions that you keep asking yourself as you keep going ahead. It's those Goliaths and the giants that allow you to get training that you are willing to face. A lot of them haven't had the experience that I had because they were too scared. They were following the normal journey. You become a doctor, you do your internship, community service, and you become a consultant. And most of them are unhappy. So be happy as you get there, because we are looking for you in whatever it is that you're doing. We don't want you to be that angry sister at the hospital because you're not fulfilled. We want you to be happy when you're servicing us. We want you to look forward to coming to work, because we want you to experience you. Even your children, one day you'll have children. We don't want you to be frustrated when you're coming home. So I worked on these projects at NICD, but I was still not satisfied. I spent some time at Discovery doing clinical research as well, so that I can understand how big businesses like Discovery use limited resources to finance all these healthcare costs. Can a doctor do all of that? Yes, it can, and you can be any doctor that you want to be. Now I'm back at school once again. In between, I did a BCom, so I was your classmate probably at some point. So this doctor also did a BCom as well, so I can understand what finances are. Remember, the health issues that we have were caused by the same doctors who were narrow-minded. So you need to be broad in your thinking. The solutions aren't going to come from healthcare. They'll come from wherever. I'm looking at artists. I don't know if you guys know Kobe Bryant. He died. He's a legend basketball player. And I loved his strategy. When he was doing basketball, it wasn't only basketball that he was focusing on. He was looking at how Beyonce preps for a show. What does she do immediately after a show? So that he can incorporate that into his game. You know, he was looking at artists. How do they prepare and get into the zone before a big film that makes it successful? So don't limit yourself. Don't look at, oh, I want to be an accountant, and it's accounting strategies that you'll be looking at only. So right now, I'm 6 months into a master's program. I'm doing medical microbiology. So like no germs that cause us to be ill. And I didn't know that there was so much to learn about these things, but you know, soon we'll be creating different testing algorithms that are going to affect not only our country, but the rest of the world. These things, the minds are here. Why can't we create tests here that identify these organisms and take them abroad? Why should we wait for the people abroad to tell us how to identify organisms là? So this is what I'm working toward these next 4 years in my master's program. And studying is just never gonna end. Every day I'm trying to learn something, and already just from this day, like I was fired up when we were singing there. Even while we were watching the initial people speaking, I was like, yeah, one day I'm also going to speak like that. So if you are not fired up, I don't know where you've been since morning. So that's the first part. The second part, now in the kitchen, this is us just having a conversation. Things that I wished an older person had told me. And I hope you take it to heart. It's really 3 things. The first thing is that your thoughts, you building, like I said, I am so happy, very excited for you. The potential for your future is truly bright. We wouldn't be here had it not been the case. But these three things I'll be telling you about are going to help you build this beautiful picture, hopefully that you are building in your own head first, before you actually see it come to life. The first thing is that your thoughts actually matter. They are the base for wherever it is you're going, and you'll be limited or revealed by by your thinking patterns, the mindsets that you've set. How you think, just like with David and Goliath and the rest of the Israelites, David thought differently to how his brothers were thinking. How are you thinking that's helping you build this beautiful future? And what I noticed with the thought patterns is that we've got a lot of control over our thinking, but we don't use it, we give it away. We allow our parents to tell us who we are, and they may be limiting us. As much as they love us, they may still be limiting us. They don't know who we are. They don't know how awesome we can be. So you need to keep feeding on things that really inspire you. And someone, I think it was Sipo, was also mentioning that we watch a lot of TV. TV is not, especially if it's not content that you're seeking out, that you're trying to learn from. TV is actually repressive. It's probably worse than the apartheid regime, in my opinion. But that's just me. The other thing that you can do is obviously in bite-sized information is approach like mentors, and reading books actually does help as well to just inspire you, because that's the influence you need. If you're not inspired, you can't move forward. Like, you're not gonna break walls, you're not gonna break boundaries. So you're imagine a lot. I love what Steve Harvey says about imagination. It's actually faith. If you don't dream in your head, if you don't see it here, you're not gonna achieve it. So all these global things, you need to keep feeding your spirit with what is global, with what God says about you that's global. That's the first thing. The second thing are the habits which build the material around this building that you're trying to create, this future that you're trying to imagine. If your habits are rubbish, rubbish is what you're gonna get out. Apparently the difference between a poor person and a millionaire is the habits that they're making, or the habits that they continually are doing. So what I've noticed, even in my life, is that really anybody right now is at a place where they've learned something, but what we need to do going forward is you need to learn how to unlearn and to relearn. The future is changing, and it's changing really fast. Doctors who were narrow or tunnel vision when I started, some of them didn't survive during the COVID time because they didn't know how to pivot. They don't know how to unlearn and relearn new things. So take that with you, relearn, unlearn, learn the habits that you feel will equip you to get to that global building that you're wanting to build with your life. The last thing is that none of this, and he's not even a roof, I don't know, he's a covering, he's actually even the foundation, the inspiration that you need to get to your future. He's gonna open the doors. We don't manage different portfolios that people are worried about because we are intelligent. It's because we had faith, we had grace, and we relished in it. I hope that you are inspired from all the talks that you hear today, and that we'll be hearing from you, even at a young age, breaking all the global records as well. Thank you.
Asitishayeni tandla. Asitishayeni kakhulu. Little Bible, asaqeda kukhuluma Dr. Saron. The anointing you admire is the anointing you will attract. So mawubhiza ushaya tandla so, my angels akho yabona uthi oh dokotela. Angithi we do have future doctors here. Bakhona abafuna ukuba ngodokotela. Asibone tandla labafuna ukuba ngodokotela. Aw Dr. Sarona nawa ke your prodigies. Dr. Saruna, you must follow her. She will mentor you, she will guide you. Siyabonga kakhulu, asimshaleni tandla futhi kokugcina. Bantwana sebalambile mara ngiyababona baba preparela kudla lapha. Sibeketeleni kancane ngithi. Asibeketeleleni. Nyalo sitopita Bread of Life Ministries, followed by Ms. Nadia Milazi. After these two speakers, Mr. Otela Kude Wandiswa, and then after Wandiswa, Mr. Otela, our debating teams, Guti Asonzele Pampi. Can we have a person that will speak from Bread of Life Ministries? Mandla! 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 So itsala kanjani? Ungaya esikoleni? Sibashayela ntandla.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a good time. And my name is Tibiso, and we're all the way from Bread of Life Ministry, Rehab. So we're here to talk about drug awareness and make you guys aware of the drug problem that we have. So please listen attentively and yes, thanks.
First like to start by greeting all of you. My name is Sean from Bread of Life Healing Ministries. I was once I'm a former addict. I was using drugs, same as all of us here on top. But decided to quit drugs because drugs, fact be told, drugs ain't good. Drugs take away your identity, first of all. They take away your life. They take away everything you have. And honestly, if I didn't take drugs, I would have been at a better place right now. But drugs took away 9 years of my life, a lot of years from my people's lives right here. Addiction, first of all. We're here to give you a short brief about what addiction is, what drug abuse is. Drug abuse, actually abuse in totally, addiction, does not actually refer to drugs only. Addiction comes when you misuse substance abuse. All of us here were involved in substance abuse, and literally that takes away all you have. Short brief because I can see there's a lot of young ones right here. The young ones, I just like to say that if you find yourself having problems, because drug abuse usually comes from the problems we face, it's either at home or around us, please do not go to the street and look for role models. Role models don't come from the streets. I fell victim to finding role models in the streets, thinking, nah, smoking a cigarette would be cool, but nah, it ain't cool at all. Thinking, nah, smoking weed will make me be part of the group, but that's actually ain't shit, you know that. Drugs, in all total, are not good. All of us, drugs took our lives away, but now we're in the process of recovery. And I'm safe to say that I'm 5 months clean after 9 years. That's an accomplishment. There's a lot that I can say, but the first thing that I want to start off by the parents. Because usually, more than 50% of the people that get involved in substance abuse is because of their parents. Our parents, most of our parents, some of our parents, do not actually give us the correct guideline on how to live life. Yeah? Short and sweet. Yeah, apparently we don't got much time, yeah? But our parents, I just like to encourage you, be the role models of your children right here in front. Be the role models of the youth that's back there. Because truth be told, the parents are the first cause of the problem. Neglecting their children, neglecting love, not giving them love, not giving them proper guidance. And I'd like to actually give it up to the pastor right over there. You understand? He once gave us a testimony of his life, and that actually changed our lives, most of our lives, because it actually tells you that in the name of Jesus there's power. The pastor over there was smoking for more than 20 years, but he asked God for him to break his addiction. And God broke his addiction because he's a believer. He's a man of God. I'd like to shout out to that. And there's a bunch of my friends here, my brothers, that would like to actually give you testimony so that you can get a clear perspective of what actually addiction is. Because addiction takes away your identity. And now we're busy struggling to get our identity back. And I'd like to give the first one a chance to come and speak to you.
Hello everyone, Sanbonan.
Malami Muspepelo. I come from Bread of Life right now, but originally in Kamga, Eswatini. I live in Swaziland full time. I'm 32 years old. I come pretty much, I would say, from a quite well, would say, a very Christian orientated family altogether. Well, basically, I'm a Swati we've been taught about Jesus from a very young age, pretty much. What led to me probably even standing in front of everybody right now, I was in addiction I'm 32 years old right now. Maybe for about half of my life, if I remember. I checked in with Bread of Life Ministries, the rehab, on the 2nd of February this year. So now I'm 5 months almost on the program. My journey with narcotics or my substances, specifically I was abusing cocaine and whiskey for almost over 15 years now. By the age of 25, I could say I traveled halfway across the world because of my parents back in Swaziland. My mom, she's in parliament, she's been active in parliament, so she used to go so much on foreign missions. So that's how I've been able to travel a lot, pretty much. But what I can say is, whether uninemale kaya or anaimali, you don't have a reason to do drugs. One of the most, not to say it wasn't so substantial, you can learn anything from it, but I'd like to particularly talk about what Dr. just said right now. I've soon realized how our generation, we think godly living standard, fashion. Mo call a shorty outtrend. Mo call a shorty, you're not so cool. There is no life without God. There is no life without God. You can have all the opportunities. At Bread of Life, we actually have a theme verse, Ultimo Figa, when we do our weekly goals. It's on Matthew 6, verse 33. It reads, "But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." When I look at young kids like yourselves, you don't have much responsibility going on right now. Trust me, the earlier the better. King Solomon actually advises young men in the book of, young men and women, the youth, in the book of Ecclesiastes, that it's very good to bear the yoke while you're still young. Trust me, there is no life without God. There's absolutely no life. It's actually the best thing you can do for yourself. So, in particular, Pastor, not to put you in a pedestal, when you had the sermon, Pastor Khab, when you spoke about how, it was very profound how you had a covenant with God, considering I won't say how long, but I'll never smoke cigarette ever in my life. I came into Bread of Life, I was a smoker, but now I can safely say I don't smoke nothing, not even cigarette. So, yeah, the man is real. You build a very intimate relationship with God. Seeing me right now, I'm very addicted to God and I'm proud of it. I'm upholding a godly standard in a way I can never imagine. It's not about drugs will just, narcotics, we've seen big celebrities, Whitney Houston, I'm talking about affluential people, they are nothing. Drugs, they are no respecter of no man. So yeah, let me be short and brief in the interest of time. Thank you for having us here, it's an amazing experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Sibebelo. Hi guys, my name is Elroy, surname Duroy. I'm 24 years old. So basically I've been in addiction for 8 years of my life and it has been a downfall ever since then. So I just want to brief on the beginning of addiction. Some people think like addiction is drugs alone. You know, you can be addicted to cigarettes, you can be addicted to alcohol, anything in the list of addictions is big. So I was addicted to crystal meth and weed, and I've been in the program for 7 months, so I'm 7 months clean. Amen! 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 Wow!
Amen. Oh, glory to Jesus. Special intandla futhi.
Hi guys, welcome back once again. I've got another guest. All right, this time I've got somebody who is very important, who plays a very important role within our community. All right, so his name is Chris and he is from the Bread of Life. Hi Chris.
Hi, my name is Chris. Like you said, I'm from Bread of Life Healing Ministry. We are rehab and ministry based here in Sabi. We are here today to communicate drug awareness to the youth because typically it's due to lack of knowledge and not being aware of what's involved in substance abuse, that the youth tend to fall into that, either starting with marijuana or alcohol and then progressing into worse substances to the point where they're actually destroying their lives.
All right, Chris, is this the first time attending this event?
No, we've been attending for the past 3 years. I was here last year as well, and I'm glad to see, especially today, that we've got a bigger attendance than we did last year. So I'm happy to see that.
All right, that is so sweet. Why do you feel the need that it's very important for you guys to be here?
As is actually expressed by Youth Day and basically standing up to the system, I like to relate that to the oppression that is caused by substances on the youth and on the community as such, that we represent here, that we're able to promote awareness and as far as possible stop people from falling into this trap, which is addiction.
Wow. Wow. All right. So one last question. What is that one thing that you feel like people keep misunderstanding about June 16th?
Actually, they spoke about it this morning as well, and it's seen as almost want to say a holiday and a jovial and a party day, whereas the reality is that it's a memorial day, something that needs to be taken very seriously, not to have fun with, but to remind ourselves of what happened and how to move forward with the same idea.
All right. Awesome. 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 Do you have any last words? I'm not saying that you're going to die with something like that.
No, not final words, last words.
Last message that you want to address, to the community, especially the young people.
What I would say to the young people is to be constantly aware of what they are living for, not to get sidetracked by everyday small things, but to keep a greater goal and mindset in their sights to continue striving forward without losing the opportunity at life, which we all have.
All right, so one last thing. How does one come in contact with you? Should they feel like there's a need for them to come there to get help if they have maybe a substance abuse problem?
What you can do is you can search either on Facebook or on Google for Bread of Life Rehab. You'll be able to contact us there. Alternatively, our email address, if you can catch it while I say it, it's breadofliferehab@gmail.com.
Could you repeat that, please?
It is breadofliferehab@gmail.com.
Do you guys have a cell phone number?
Cell phone number would be 076 703 778.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Chris, for your time.
Thank you for your time.
I will see you inside.
Perfect.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye. Hi, guys. Everybody out there knows the importance of 16th June. I'm talking about people who traveled from far away just to be here with us at Egutirani Hall, Savi. I've got alongside with me Sis Lindy. We're all the way from Pretoria. Imagine, she drove all night. All night?
Yeah, no, I woke up in the early hours of the morning. We were up at 4 so that we can be here on time and be part of this celebration.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, wow. This is very important. So what were you assigned to come here and do?
I was requested to come and share information on careers. I myself work for the Department of Transport, and I'm responsible for maritime industry development.
Wow.
So I was here making sure that all the young kids and the youth are aware about the fact that this is not it. You know, just because you're from Sabi and you're not surrounded by the sea, it doesn't mean that there are not opportunities that are available out there.
Yeah.
So I was basically here today to represent my work, where we encourage young people to look at work and careers in the maritime industry.
All right. So the maritime, yes, I heard your speech and everything out there. I was like, wow, so many words of encouragement. You've got so much wisdom. So I heard you speaking about you working at sea and stuff like that, and cargo shipments and stuff like that. Was that you?
Yes, you know, at some point in my life, I did work at sea, on ships, and I worked on container vessels, and those are the ones that are actually responsible to bring different types of cargo. For example, the clothes that you are wearing today, if I can look at the label, I'm sure it will tell you that unfortunately it was not made here in South Africa. So for you to be dressed up like you are today, it means that somebody had to be at sea working to bring that work here.
Wow.
But also one of the things that I highlighted is that the maritime industry is not just about working at sea on cargo vessels, but there's a bigger supporting industry, which is a show. And that is where you have a lot of other careers that could be available to support the maritime industry.
Wow. Wow. So many things you said out there. Do you feel like the youth actually had you?
I hope they did. I hope they did, because I can assure you that even the people that we used to work with out there, it's not really people who grew up with the sea around them. You understand? So it's people who come from remote areas of our countries. But because they heard somebody somewhere speaking words of encouragement, and they thought, no, if she can do it, I can also do it.
Awesome. I heard you speak about donations. What did your company, contribute in terms of donations today?
So I donate individually.
Individually?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes,
Such a
towards
good
the
heart.
Impumelelo Trust.
Wow.
Yes, because I work for the Department of Transport. So as an individual, if I see an initiative that I believe in, especially like this one, and I've heard that you've got about 11 graduates, for me it tells me that you are doing something right, and for that reason, I can part with that 100 rand just to make sure that I can change somebody's
life. All right, so I'm going to ask you just one more question. Is this the first time attending this kind of event?
This is the first time I'm attending this kind of event here in Sabi. But as somebody who promotes the maritime industry, I've been all over the country, and I work with different organizations and different institutions, making sure that people out there know and understand that there are many other careers that are available for young people.
All right.
And I think on this particular day, the 16th of June, I mean, in 1976, the youth fought for education. And we are here today to say that, you know what, if you press on that education, you can get somewhere and be somebody.
Yes. For corporates, do you feel like corporates should start also engaging in terms of supporting 16 June activities in order to remember, our fallen sisters and stuff like that?
Of course. As I said, I think the 16th of June is so important because what it does, it reminds us of where we come from. And those people who died so that we can have the freedom that we enjoy today, their death was like a seed. And when it grows, it means that that tree that comes out of there should be able to feed everybody else.
My goodness.
That enjoys that company.
Wow, wow. I think you've said quite a number of some keywords today. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Pretoria in order to come and support us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
And have a lovely journey back home.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you,
Thank you. We want to sponsor those girls so that they can study maritime studies. And I was lucky. I was one of those at that time. I was studying those subjects. I was able to go and study. And then what happened is from then you go to sea as a cadet, and that's where your training actually begins. And for me, that was one of the most interesting things when you start training when you are working at sea. It's very important because what happens is, you know, mawufika olwandle, when uvela esikolweni uyitshela ukuthi ngifundile, mawufika laphaya ukapteni avela kunikeza umshanelo athi, did you see ukuthi how the deck is? You need to take the broom and sweep the deck. You need to take the mop and mop the deck. And you're like, okay, but how can I do that? You know? But in order for you to learn all the skills and be able to also receive instructions and know how everything works together in that environment, kubalulekile ukuthi nina, even at your age, when you are told by somebody who's older, who knows better, to say, listen, if you want to get there, this is where you start. Awuvele nje uqale usuwuminister. No, it starts from here. It means uvuke ekuseni. Like right now, I drove from 5 o'clock in the morning with my colleague. We came here because we were invited by Ubutsipo, who is one of our colleagues. It means listening to those little things, making sure that your homework is done. You know, making sure that if you don't know where to find information, you speak to those who know better and those around you to assist you to find that information. And we made sure Uguti today we brought enough career booklets for each and every one of you. It's in the bags that we handed out. So there's a list there of everything that you actually need to do. Anyway, so at Sige, you have to work. They have to teach you everything from painting to being a firefighter to being a paramedic. Remember, the ship is floating in the middle of nowhere for months on end, so you need to be skilled in everything. So as I stand here today, I can do almost anything. Plumbing, electric work, I can do everything because they make sure that you are able to do all that work. If something breaks in the middle of the sea, I'll go to whoever to say, come and fix this. But what happens is, you are the one who is responsible for that work to make sure it's done. Anyway, so I did my cadetship. After I finished my cadetship, then you do a board of exams where you, there's a panel that interviews you. They ask you different questions, they ask you different scenarios, and after to know you are competent and you understand the environment that you are going to go into, then only you are allowed to proceed and become an officer of the watch, which means that during the night, you'll be the one keeping watch, making sure that the ship is actually navigating to where it is supposed to go. And also, there's a lot of other speakers that spoke here earlier. And let me tell you, even today, being a woman out there is still very difficult because we are suffering from any gender-based violence. Sometimes we are shame. They say this young short person, they think, what does she know? And you get there, you are the only female on board with lots of men from different countries. But you know what? If you know why you are where you are, that drives you, you know, it drives you. Unfortunately, some of us, when we were at sea, it was not during the time where we had access to Facebook and all those things. Because no Facebook. I know I look young, but yeah. It was way before Facebook. We used to write letters, and you have to wait for the ship to get to the next port to be taken home, and then it comes back. And sometimes I remember my mother would be so distressed complain and khala about things, and she can't do anything because I'm hundreds of miles away from home. But I knew why I was there, and that fire kept on burning within me, and it propelled me to be able today. Today, I'm a deputy director at the Department of Transport, and I'm doing maritime industry development, and I go around the country encouraging young kids and young people in all sectors of life to say, you know what, it's also not too late to start. If you think that you might be interested, please, I'd be happy to find one ship's navigator that comes from this area, one ship's engineer that comes from this area. Actually, if I can take it a step further, a ship owner that comes from this part of the world. So as I said, I'm not going to be long, but I'm from the maritime industry, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sis Lindy. Do we have people that will be working in maritime like Sabi? Bakhona laba yosebenza esikepeni. Wena ngiyakubona ngisingiyakubona ushayela isikephe ungcaptain. Political parties, do we have political parties here? Do we have a representative from AUM? Do we have a representative from the African National Congress? Can you please come 2 minutes? Do we have anyone from ACDP? Anyone from EFF? Okay, 2 minutes for okay.
Amandla. Away, two. I'll be short like a miniskirt, but long enough to can cover the basics. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity that you granted us. It's a privilege for us to have been met here today. Since such thing does not only happen in memorial services, but it does happen in such public spaces. I would like first to congratulate the leadership of the Impumelelo Educational Trust, the leadership of the PYA structures, the ANC and its alliances on the absentia, the leadership of the ward in the municipal council, speakers and performers who came before me. I greet you all in the undying spirit of the eminent youth of 1976. Standing in front of you is Sangara Mhlongo, the regional secretary of COSAS in Nhlazeni region, and the deputy chairperson of the ANC Youth League in this ward. First, let me congratulate the organization that has made it possible for us to can gather here today on the 16th of June, which is the Impumelelo Educational Trust, for turning the 10 years this year, but you must forgive me on the exact date. But I'm sure it's still coming since we didn't eat any cake. So, but we'll be waiting for that cake when times permits. Us as the ANC Youth League were also bowing down our heads before the founders of the Impumelelo Educational Trust in appreciation for giving birth to this priceless and beacon of hope organization. As your slogan can attest to that, a fountain of hope and inspiration of our youth. As we get into the crumbs of the matter of today on the month of June, dedicated in the political calendar of this country, to the commemoration of struggles that were led by young people to liberate this country from apartheid bondage. Revolution right across the world are affairs of the youth of our country was not different. The June 16 movement mobilized young people in our schools, in our township and in our villages in 1976 to fight for the end of poor apartheid education that was merely delivered in Afrikaans. This apartheid what education was intended to produce domesticated black people who will tolerate racism as we are tolerating even now, who will tolerate being cheap labor as it is happening now, and who will tolerate gender discrimination, exploitation, and oppression. When we commemorate this month, therefore in our time as revolutionary movement, civic organization, and all other stratums of society, we must make a deeper analysis to establish whether indeed what the youth of 1976 was fighting for has been realized. Do we have the free education that we want? Do we have a transformed economy that is in the hands of the people that we're fighting for? An economy where the apartheid property relation has been dismantled and replaced with people's economy. Are we indeed living in a society where racism and discrimination have been eliminated? Are we living in a society where the violence against women and children has been conquered? People are being eliminated daily. With the above aforementioned critical question posed, we the youth, we must provoke our thoughts and thinking, firstly come up with a way in which we will liberate ourselves mentally and learn to be independent thinkers and to liberate from our social ill, such as alcohol, drug and substance abuse, since some of our people, they've now gathered just to drink alcohol, and it's the problem that we're having as a country. The Youth League knows your frustration and it's not judging, but it seeks help for you. We, the young ones, cannot rely on people who are all well over 50 years to start crafting a future that he or she will not be part of, as we know that we all have appointment with death, so they won't be around that time. After we have been liberated from our mentality, then it's where the real work begins, the total emancipation of our people in particular and Africans in general, which is realizing the demand of the 25th of June 1955 in Kliptown, where they have crafted in the Freedom Charter, as revised and polished by the wrongful disbanded Youth League of Secretary Generals in the Somakatwa. A youth league that identifies our generational mission, which is economic freedom in our lifetime. As Frantz Fanon once said in his book, each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it in relative opacity. We are the new generation. We must also fulfill our mission and find our mission, since we are being attacked by unemployment and poverty. Hasta la vista, siempre. A victory to all. I thank you.
Amandla. Sankara, ngicela shayeleni Sankara once more, Tandla. Siyabonga for the speech. Just by a show of hands, ngicela ukubona if imemezile ready for a debate, the debating team. Ready, right? And then Mashishing, you are ready. Okay, in the meantime, we'll have chosen to a few times just to spice up if not something less than Safnagilungisa. For now, sitawucela uwandisa SA just with us entertain. Sisiceda kudla just net for sisikhona ukurelaxa.
Why guitar? Why guitar?
Why what?
I saw what you did.
So what I did?
Don't act surprised. I saw you with Constable Lebel.
Hey, look, I'm sorry, okay? I had no choice. My father was in the bushes. He was crawling. His arms were bleeding. And I couldn't reject Constable's offer. He once told me that people like him were left dead in the bushes. Dead, Sarafina.
Okay, I understand. I really do. But now we need to fight together. We need to work together.
Work together? I don't want to go to jail. These white people, they kill. They make us sleep. They torture us.
But now we need to stick together as the youth and fight for this. Education is the key to success.
You keep on saying education is the key to success. Show me the key. Where's the key?
Well, that's where the freedom is.
That's where freedom is. Look, I'm scared, okay? Scared to fight.
Guitar, you're gonna die. If you're not gonna be with us, you are going to die. And we won't care. Now, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
I can't hear you, Guitar. Are you with us?
So I'm with you.
Good. You're.
My youth is suffering from unemployment. They keep on saying education is key. Please show me the key. They fought for freedom, and my youth has to use that freedom. I guess the last generation is failing. So now my
doors that are not being opened. But education is the key to success. Where is it? We can't see it.
The last thing is, we know that we all have talents, right? We all know that that's the only way we can do it. The culture is created by art, and art is talent. So, I believe Amandla on my youth is still ours. Now, please say this with, and if you believe it, then Amandla!
Awethu!
Amandla!
Awethu!
Come on, youth, Amandla!
Awethu!
I need you to stand up, please. Amandla!
Awethu!
Amandla!
Awethu! Awethu!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amandla! 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 Indeed, education is the key to success. That was very beautiful. We can't wait to see you guys on the big screen. But as we do have talent. We do have talent. The devil is a liar. Our talent will not be wasted by drugs and other illegal substances. We have Usis Marine that will come and render a poem while we wait for our debating to come forward. Shaila Usis Marine Tandla. Afternoon, everyone. Aslalelen phela sithuleni silaleleni. You are strong. There are no rules. You are always strong. Even when you are feeling yourself fall apart in the most public place you know. Even when your body wrecks with sobs crafted in the belly of tsunami. Even when sorrow feels like an endless sea of drowning. Your fortitude is right always to call up when you want to. Your strength is within you always to call up when you want to. And besides, didn't anyone ever tell you that survival that
resilience, that strength looks so different on us all. On some it looks still waters, and others looks like a dam bursting as the waterfall. Thank you.
Salutations, housing capacity. Standing in front of you at the very moment is Nonyani Puleng, a grade 10 A learner of Memezile Secondary School. I am here to render a poem titled Kunzima Jaya. So it happened when we buried one of our fallen comrades. We assembled in the graveyard. There were many speakers and many listeners. Songs and placards were the only things we had. So police used to send their informers, Impi, to come and listen to what the people are saying. Konyerere was also there, one of the police informers. He was armed with a tape recorder, a camera, a writing pen with a new ball pen, busy taking pictures of the speaker, writing down their names as well. He was later recognized as a police informer. We wanted to deal with him accordingly, but Mfundisi said, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I command you not to touch him. He is confused. He does not know what he's doing. That's not true. Konyerere knew what he was doing. He knew that the people who were selling were going to get tortured, beaten, and forced to admit false charges laid against them. Konyerere has got no feelings. He sold his own brothers and sisters, his own blood. Kunzima Jaya. Then the police came. Everyone was running to a shelter which was not there. It was cloudy with tear gas and hot with bullets. Konyerere knew what was about to happen. He stand motionless, hang like a statue. Too late, the figure, the trigger, the sound. Konyerere took contract with the hard ground. Then the police realized their mistake, quickly fetched a tire and burned it on top of Konyerere carcass to shift the blame. Even today, we are still wanted for the death of Konyerere. Kunzima Jaya. Thank you.
Okay, I believe Kutsi Wonga Matima ready for the debate, and this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Okay, I'll read the rules again once more if Angawavi. So each speaker will have 5 minutes. Soon as, okay, sorry, who's the timekeeper? Judges. Okay, as soon as the timekeeper, Apamsa Sandla, if the speaker was from this side, you are responsible for interrupt a stop, right? And then the same thing applies for both teams. So, Ngalama team leaders, so we can toss the coin.
Can I decide?
So Memezile will go first, and then Mashishi. Okay, so Memezile will go first. First speaker. Okay, so the first speaker for Memezile will be Nhlanhla.
A wise man once said, and I quote, "Violence doesn't bring permanent peace." Ladies of integrity, gentlemen of capacity, prestigious panel of judges, adjudicators, timekeeper, members of my team, our most esteemed opponents, and the House at large, you may all be equally greeted by the name of debate. The young, phenomenal, and outsmarting girl standing in front of you goes by the name of Nhlanhla, along with the surname of Ngongwane. So as I am standing in front of you, I am about to debate, or rather outline under the motion that states why Russia must attack Ukraine. but my duties are to define and justify the motion and also outline our team's case split. My team and I will be opposing the motion because beyond the global spillovers, countries with direct trade, tourism, financial exposures will feel additional pressures. The Russia-Ukrainian war is an ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. It began in February 2014 following the Ukrainian Revolution of Dignity and initially focused on the status of Crimea and parts of the Donbass internationally recognized as parts of Ukraine. The first 8 years of the conflict included the Russian annexation of Crimea and the war in Donbass between Ukraine and Russia-backed separatists, as well as naval incidents, cyber warfare, and political tensions. Following a Russian military build-up on Russia and Ukraine border from late 2021. The conflict expanded significantly when Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I take my seat, allow me to outline my team's case split. We have our speaker number 2 as Academy Mnisi. She will add 2 or more strong points that support our team's argument. She will give us reasons why Russia must not attack Ukraine. Our speaker number 3 is Dimpoli Tswalo. She will present the other team's argument, the other team's rebuttals, and also add some points that support our team's argument. We have speaker number 4 as YOULL Tupiri. She will compare and analyze the arguments presented by the other teams. She will be talking about the relationship between Russia and Ukraine before the war. We have Puleng Nonyane as our speaker number 5. She will also motivate the House as to why our team should win. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to make a way for my second speaker, or rather the other speaker, as I descend the podium back to my chair. I thank you.
Okay, so we'll have the first speaker from the opposing.
We shall defend our land, whatever the cost may be, but we shall fight. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills and never surrender. With those words, ladies and gentlemen, consider yourselves equally greeted. As the first speaker, it is my duty to remind the House of the motion, present and justify our team's case, and also give out a case split for each of my team speakers. In defining the motion that states, why must Russia attack Ukraine? Coming to our second speaker, he will also remind the House of the motion and dwell more on the argument of the day. Our third speaker will also remind the House of the motion and dwell more on rebuttals. Our fourth speaker will remind the House of the motion, compare and analyze argument presented by the other teams. Lastly, our fifth speaker will remind the House of the motion and also motivate the House why we should carry the flag of victory. They say procrastination is a thief of time. Lost time will never be regained. With those words, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to embark on the main business of the day. The general cause of Russia-Ukraine conflict is carried by the historical relationship between the two countries. Ukraine had a long historical of being under the influence of Russia that passed over centuries. The influence has unified Ukrainian societies. The conflict in eastern Ukraine erupted in early 2014, following Russia's attachment of Crimea. The previous year, protests in Ukraine's capital Kyiv were against Ukrainian president's decision to reject a deal for greater economic integration with the European Union. They met with a violent crackdown by the state security forces. The protests widened, escalating the conflict, and President Viktor fled the country in February 2014. 1 month later, in March 2014, Russian troops took control of Ukraine's Crimean region. Russian President Vladimir Putin mentioned the need to protect the right of his citizens and speakers in Crimea and southern Ukraine. Russia then formally annoyed the peninsula after Crimea voted to join the Russia Federation in a dispute local election. The crisis maximized ethnic division, and 2 months later, pro-Russia separated in Donetsk and Luhansk region to eastern Ukraine, and they held an election to declare independence from Ukraine. In April 2016, NATO announced that the association would deploy 4 battalions to Eastern Europe, rotating troops through Estonia, Latvia, even in Poland, to deter possible future Russian aggression elsewhere in Europe. In September 2017, United States also deployed 2 US Army tanks brigade to Poland to further support NATO's presence in the region. In October 2018, Ukraine joined the United States and 7 other NATO countries in a 7 large-scale air exercise in western Ukraine. Then on February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine in a major escalating of the war that began in 2014. As time seems not to be on my side, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude my speech with a quote from a wise man that says, and I quote, "The quickest way of ending a war is to lose it." Of course, thank you.
Open quote, without debate, Open quote, without debate, without criticism, and no administration, no country can survive, and no republic can succeed. Close quote. Those are the words from a wise man called Freddie. Perpendicular from the ground, parallel from the walls, ladies and gentlemen, may you all be equally greeted. For those who don't know me, I go by the name Academy Mnisi, a grade 10A learner at Memesile High School. My duties as speaker number 2 is to add 2 or more points to support our argument. Reason why Russia must not attack Ukraine is because this war is now affecting the world. High price of fuel, shortage of food, small suppliers, meaning that the world would be poor. As a matter of meaning that the world would be poor, and not to mention that 5 million people would be in a refugee crisis, meaning that they have to go to their neighboring countries. The Russia invasion with Ukraine will have far consequences. During the war in Ukraine, 10,000 people were killed and 23,000 people were wounded. I repeat, approximately 10,000 people were killed and 23,000 were wounded. This image has a great impact on education. According to the ambassador Lindy Tando, she said people in Ukraine needed shelter and food and other emergency emergencies. And this could all go wrong. That's why Russia and Ukraine must stop this conflict. Thank you.
Greetings and salutations to you all. It is indeed of paramount importance that before I get to be sophisticated, I must get to be general first. I so get general by saying, a wise man by the name of Philip Krohn once said, and I quote, "Our brains have the great capacity to learn. It is through us that we learn and learn as much as we can. And surely answers will present themselves. Off quote. With these words, I would like to get straight to the business of the day under the motions that says, why must Russia attack Ukraine? Between 1991 and 2014, Russia ramped up its global standing and emerged as a considerable military power. As Ukraine veered towards the west of Europe, Moscow grew increasingly concerned that its strategic interests in Crimea were being threatened. Increasing hostilities of Ukraine in the west of Europe is advantageous to Russia, given the tattered relationships between USA and its European allies, the domestic support for such an endeavor, and Putin's need for a popularity boost ahead of the 2024 presidential elections in Russia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how do the Ukrainians perceive such a current state of affairs, and what are they prepared to do to protect their national sovereignty? When the Soviet Union broke up in the early 1990s, Ukraine, a former Soviet republic, has the third largest atomic arsenal in the world, anticipating a friendly relationship with Moscow. Moving forward, Kyiv gave its considerable nuclear stockpile back to Russia in exchange for security guarantees that protected it from a potential Russian attack. At that time, Ukraine had little fear from Russia, especially given the fact that in the 1991 referendum, more than 83% of the Donbas residents and 54% of Crimea residents voted to have Ukraine secede from the USSR. Even Russian-speaking Ukrainians overwhelmingly supported Ukraine's independence and following years of military and economic decline during the Cold War. In a show of compromise, Ukraine and Russia adopted the Minsk Agreement in 2015, which had stipulations that stated Russia must remove all its troops and machinery from Ukraine in exchange for Kyiv agreeing to hold special elections in Donbas. Conversely, Russia continued to adopt a series of unconventional tactics against Ukraine, including cyber attacks, funding and arming irregularities, and spreading mass disinformation. Russia's rationale behind supporting so-called Ukrainian separatists is spelled by its claim that Russians and Ukrainians are one people. Putin, in his writings in 2014 and 2021, argued that Ukrainians were not just fraternal people, but one people of the same civilization. However, Russians and Ukrainians have lived longer apart than they actually live together. Putin has issued a series of demands on Ukraine and NATO, ranging from the removal of the NATO forces in the Eastern Europe, a guarantee that Ukraine will not be allowed to join the alliance, and the granting of autonomy to the Donbas region. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the greatest scenarios that will help us in concluding to whether Russia must attack Ukraine or not. Firstly, only 25% of the Russians support the incorporation of Donbas into Russia, while 26% believe that the contested republics should remain within Ukraine. Secondly, in separatist-held part of the Donbas, 55% of respondents expressed a preference of being part of the Ukrainian state. In Donetsk and Luhansk, 65% of respondents wanted to see the Donbas reintegrated into Ukraine. And lastly, and most predominantly, the United Nations considers this invasion of Ukraine by Russia as a violation of territorial integrity of Ukraine. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with these given scenarios, I would like to conclude by saying Russia has the right to attack Ukraine because, according to IndianExpress.com, the main cause of the war is that they are fighting for the land which is known as Donbas. And historically, we know that Donbas is shared by both Ukraine and Russia. But politically and geographically, we know that the Donbas is situated in Ukraine. So I believe that this situation must be assessed historically, but not geographically or politically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's now that time for the break. Sitobita Akila to come. What is the word? Serenade. we'll call Akila. Ashailen Akila Danja while he prepares to come to the stage.
All right. I've got with me our next guest. Guys, 16 June is very important. And this 6th Youth Summit from Impumelelo Educational Trust is so important that even our local artists decided to attend. Hi, Say.
Hello, Charlie.
How are you?
I'm very good.
What is your name?
Akila,
Uh-huh.
also known as a surprise Mkwena.
All right. So what do you do?
I'm a vocalist, I'm an actor, I'm a vocal coach as well.
Wow. You are a multi-talented person.
Multi-talented.
Okay, so thank you so much for coming to join us today.
No, Bongamina, for the event, for the initiative that you're doing, it's great, you know. Klanganisi youth there like in one accord. Good the bus base, I'm a talent to have Bongatina as well.
All right, that is so sweet.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we thank you so much. So, coming back to the actual date, which is 16 June, what does that mean to you?
No, like for Abantabani, for youth that died for education based on a struggle back in the days with Bangafuni, Funda, and Africans. So many young people died for what is been in Kulego as well. What this was an education right, and even like free education for everyone.
True. So, what for other artists that didn't attend today, what would you like to say to them?
No, ngasho ngithi baphuthele kakhulu because you know it's been a great event. La bekumele nabo beze back, you know, giving back to the community. Babungathe la ekhaya ukuthi nabantwana abala ekhaya bakhona ukubona ukuthi there's even life after school, even if like ungathola ukuthi you're from any disadvantaged background. You can even choose music as well, you know, and make it a career, because that's what we're doing as well.
Would you feel like coming to perform here, it's a waste of time, you know, or it's something that works, would work for other artists as well?
It's not a waste of time for me now, for eye, you know. I mean, like I had a great time, you know, in showcasing like what I do, my craft to the young kids, like, you know, it's a good thing.
All right. Do you have any last words?
No,
you want words of encouragement to the youth out there?
No, Satando with the you know, they should stay away from drugs or substance abuse and all these kind of things, and give themselves this card. So what are they good at? Into bangayenza kangcono bese bayenze lento kuphumelele.
You sound like a multilingual person. How many languages do you speak?
Yo, Siswami, as you know, Mama language, like, you know, for me, like going out in this town, in your Hasila out there, it made me go to like mixing abantabaning, multiple race, Zulu or Xhosa, all these kind of languages. Although it's so this is like higher now, so
when originally went, which is your favorite language?
No, my favorite one it's Zulu, obviously, because like I come across a lot of Zulu people, you know. Yeah, and ever since like I left home, I met Zulu people. Like that's where I started, like, you know, speaking Zulu. Like this.
What is that one language that is tough, and when you are able to speak?
Yo, when it comes to Isvenda, Isvenda is tough. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngasifunda ngikwazi ukusikhuluma yabo. Hey, but that's the most toughest language. I'd like to learn more of Isvenda.
All right, guys, anybody who knows better out there, please hook up with this guy because he really wants to know and learn your language. Otherwise, this is it, guys. Please stay tuned for other people as well who are gonna get to be interviewed here as well. All right, thank you. Chap chap.
Thank you.
One, two. All right. Silvananok. Let me hear you scream. Is that right? Okay, let's go. Let's just stand and dance, yabo. And okay. Ba 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 ba.
Sonwabile siyathandana basamilo sikukanisa kwahluleka abaphansi bavumile ukuba sifanelene inaso mabili masikunye iyajabula sonwabile siyathandana basamilo sihlukanisa kohluleka ngoba abaphansi bavumile ukuba sifanelene inaso mabili masikunye siyajabula wato azibambi muzame azibambi sibemuye azibambi muzame azibambi sibemuye azibambi muzame Come on and take me where you wanna go. We just made it to a place that I don't know. What we have here never is for sure. We don't know it 'cause you are just gonna know this is a soul cafe. Let go, everybody. Time to move your body. The music suits your body. This is a soul cafe. Let go of your worries. Time to move your body. The music suits your body. Everybody jive, vamos, come on, set up. Angazi ngayibona intombi enjengawe ngalihamba lonke ilizwe ngifuna nawe waze wamuhle ngifuna wena akekho omunye angazi ngayibona intombi enjengawe ngalihamba lonke ilizwe ngifuna nawe waze I'll take this one out. 1, 2, hold on. One more time. I'm sorry.
1, 2.
Do you want some more? Do you want some more? Utobuya Stombita foods ngani. Mara nithi you want some more but you're sitting down. Aibo. Aibo, I want to see you get I want to see you get down. Yeah. Okay. Nyalo ke nganise userenatile Akila. But surprise Mokwena. Sitovita put melusi ke. Lama aeroplane lana wabona adlula la eTulu. Nguye lo washayela. Pilots. Yebo. But Melus is the pilot, so ngicela simshayele Ntandla as he comes to the stage to speak to us. Shayele phela Ntandla, but Melus said. Ngashaya kakhulu Ntandla ngamcela ukuthi agibelise aeroplane yakhe.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay, Kamalamu Melusine Wagamkwena. I'm from Leidenberg. I'm sure you know where that is. It's just up the mountain. So I'm a student pilot currently studying in Pretoria at a school called Eagle Air. You know, okay, to become a pilot, it's really not as difficult as it may sound. You know, because okay, I'm sorry guys, can I please start all over? You guys are making me nervous. Like I was still saying, I'm studying in Pretoria at Eagle Air. Well, to become a pilot, it's really not the easiest thing to do, but it's doable. It's quite manageable if you just, you know, put your mind to it and work hard and be determined to reach your goals, you know? Like, you have to set a goal for yourself, like week by week, go to, okay, in this week, this is what I want to achieve, this is what I want to do, this is how I'm going to do it. And, you know, you have to have, like, a work ethic. Like, you have to be consistent. And then secondly is that, you know, being a pilot is quite nice. I personally enjoy it. Like, you know, flying and everything. The view is nice up there. And what I'd say to you guys is that you guys can do it too. I mean, there's a lot of female pilots that I know. So it's not just a, you know, a male thing, and yeah. I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity to, you know, speak in front of you guys and for you guys to listen to me. I'm not really good with, you know, public speaking. It's not something that I'm used to doing. And yeah, thank you guys for welcoming me and for listening to what I have to say. Thank you.
Alright guys, I've got another guest, or rather guests. Look at how many they are. This is Sabi Polo Crew. Hello guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming to support the Pumelo Educational Trust. Alright. When was this group, Polo Crew, established?
Thank you so much. My name is Michelle Regiane, the member of Polo Crew. This initiative was started in this year, March. It was launched 5th of March this year. It's a brainchild of Solindawo, a person next to me here. So it's all about him. He started this thing, he thought about it, contacted us, and then we decided to form this program. purpose of starting this group is looking at our situation, our children, everything. I think we are not as privileged, and then we decided that compromise. Let's do something for our community. Let's do something for our children. Then we've just started, but we're looking forward to assist those who are less privileged, to assist our children in terms of uniforms, school uniform, shoes, sanitary pads, stuff like that. That's the main purpose of this group, and of course to enjoy ourselves. That's what we normally do. Yes.
So what other fun activities do you guys normally do?
We when we launched the group recently, we went to Marathon, we went to Freedom Tunnel. We just drive around and then showcase what we're having. Then the main purpose is to have fun. Is to have fun in the way of assisting others. That's what we do.
So when you guys are driving around seeing faces in a mobile?
Okay, this is it's a family thing.
Okay.
In most of the cases, we have our wives, we have our children. So that's what we do. We encourage that spirit of responsibility. That we should have our own wives, children along the way.
All right.
That's what we do.
When you initially started this group, how many were you and how many are you now?
We were initially, chairperson maybe can assist me there, but I think we were about 40 something. Yeah, about 40 something members. But now, no, we've dropped. We've dropped. The reason why is, when you start something, some people just join for the sake of joining. Don't go along the lines of the group. Each and every family has its own principles. You see, so if you don't abide by the principles, then we'll have to chase you out. Yeah, that's what we do. If you don't obey, you should out.
So what is that one important rule about this group?
To be responsible.
Responsible.
You need to behave. You really need to behave, because that's why we call it this a family. We call ourselves family. When I see my member of the penny crew, I call him or her a family. Hi family, hi family. So we are a family. So if you don't obey according to the rules of the family, then you will have to give us a space.
Okay, so what does one benefit from joining this group?
Joining this group, you know what? Giving someone something. If I see someone who is lacking on a certain area, and giving to him or her, it gives you a very, very sigh of relief. It gives you that joy, the benefit of giving, it gives you just feel good. I don't know about others, but I feel good when I give something to somebody who didn't have it, then I really feel good. So the benefit is you'll have joy after giving. Just like now, we've given something to Impumelelo Educational Trust. We are happy. We are happy. We are really, really happy.
So would you say that this is your first time attending this event?
Personally, no. As a group, yes.
All right, awesome. What is your hope of you making sure that something happens today?
We're hoping that whatever that we did is going to change someone's life. As the Educational Trust is doing, we know that they have a good cause, and we know that they are doing great. That is why we've come to donate whatever we could. So that's our main purpose, and that's our objective, that we want to see this thing going through and to assist the other people.
Okay. So one question going to the entire group. All right. What is that one thing that the community mostly misunderstand about 16 June and the initiative that Impumelelo is taking right now, making sure that they host this summit, which is this year? All right. What is that one thing that the community misunderstands about 16 June, including Impumelelo?
I think think they miss. I think not only this community, but I think most of the people, you know, in our country, in South Africa, they miss the significance of 16 June. You know, if you can look back and think about those people who went out on the street and fight for our freedom and fight for the decolonization of our education, especially the go away with Africans. And people died, people were injured, and then a lot of stuff happened. You know. So that is very, very significant and important that we should not forget about those who went out and fight for us. So the community should never, never miss that point. That it's not just a holiday. It's just not a mere holiday. I was explaining to my son today, a 10-year-old. I asked him, why are you not at school today? And then he said, it's a holiday. What is this holiday all about? And then he couldn't answer me. And then I explained to him that many people died for you to have a free education and to have a better education. That's what you're enjoying today. So you should not forget that.
Oh my goodness, so many words of wisdom. I am so proud of you guys. One last thing, I promise you it's the last thing. What are the requirements for one to get, if one wants to join?
Number one, you should have a polo.
No, just join. Polo.
You should have a polo. If you don't have a polo, you can join us, but you will use the polos that we have.
All right.
Yeah, but most important thing, let me just say, I was just joking. But of course, we cannot mix cars. That's yeah. But as long as you have that heart of giving back, it's all about giving back to the community. We don't have much, but we try it. That's why if I'm alone, I cannot do it. But as a group, we can. So that's the thing.
Amen to that. Amen. What did you guys come to donate today? If it's cash, please don't mention the entire amount. It was how much? Was it cash or food?
No, it was cash. All
right. Well, there you have it. Thank you so much from our Polo crew. Do you guys want to have a slogan that you say? Polo crew!
La Familia!
All right, guys, please stay tuned for our other guests that are still gonna come up here. All right, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Top generation. Hey, Angisatpontan. Ananyala ngesaphika ngendlala ngoba sesibambisile. Mandla! Amandla! Uzenzela kanjani? Ungaya esikoleni? Uzenzela kanjani? Ungaya esikoleni? Nyalo athi futhi nginibonge yabo ngithi nitishayele ntandla. You guys have been a very great audience, ni disciplined. Tishayele ntandla man. Yabona the way ni behave ngakhona, our future is very safe in your hands. Angithi manje ngifuna ukufundisa lesinye slogan yabo ithi we are the future. Nina nithi no one can stop us. We are the future. No one can stop us. We are the future. No one can stop us. No one can stop us. We are the future. No one can stop us. We are the future. Nina, I love you guys. Sitobita VW crew. Beta ngaphambili basi bacela ukusikhulumisa kancane. So ngicela sibalaleleni while our debating team is re-strategizing outside. Can we kindly clap hands for them as they ascend the stage?
Bafake ngengoma DJ.
Long live the spirit of Hector Peterson, long live. Long live the spirit of Hector Peterson, long live. Long live the spirit of Sam Zima, long live. Long live the spirit of Sam Zima, long live. Sanbonan. Lijani? Hayi siyaphila nathi. Lo mephambi kwenu ngimisheke kwakanonyana. Hlala khona la ekhaya sabi. Silana ke siyi VW Polo Crew yakhona la ekhaya. The reason we support what Impumelelo Educational Trust is doing. Educational Trust has done a lot for umphakathi wethu and our surroundings yakhona lana eSabi. Sinebantu laba babuye ema-university namhlanje ngenxa ye-Impumelelo Educational Trust. So thina siyiSabi Polo Crew, VW Polo Crew, nathi singilabanye lesiphusha lo mshikashika lowo ukuthi to assist those who are less privileged, to assist labaswelako nathi sifake isandla. So that's the reason we're here, because what they are pushing is similar to what we are pushing. So silana njena akukho lokukhulu lesikulethile, but we've got a small token of appreciation to what Impumelelo Educational Trust is doing. So that is why silana Mr. Dibakwane besingacela ukuthi usonzele kancane la. So this is what we have decided to see as our members in Sabi VW Crew, Satsi Lakshota Corner, Pato eta Lakshota Corner. Mhlawumbe ingathatha lo mnyemndo ayimnike transport aye e-university. We will partner with you guys, and we ask you to partner with us as well. Because whenever we're doing something, we will also request you, may you please assist us wherever you can. So this is our chairperson, Mr. Solimdawe, will present whatever that we get here to Mr. Dibakwane. Thank you so much, guys.
La Viva VW Crew, viva! Long live VW Crew, long live! Ripilele VW Crew, ripilele! La Siyabonga VW Crew, siyabonga! Wow, that's a beautiful gesture. And as Impumelelo, we hope that other organizations, other community members can take a lesson home from what just happened now. As Impumelelo, we really do need all the assistance we can get from our community. So it's very much appreciated. On behalf of Impumelelo siyabonga kakhulu. Sitobita Wandisa, back to the stage. Naye aton pizza futhi aton serenator. Yeah, aton performela. DJ ngicela ungenise Wandisa ngengoma.
Hello, good Johnny, good. Come on, can I take a walk with you? You can't take it back at that daddy. Hello, good Johnny, good. In my God, can I take a walk with you? You can't take it back at darling. Can I take a walk with you? Can I take a walk with you? Pretending not to suffer this time. Open your tongue, open your dollar. Pretending not to suffer this time. Open your tongue, open your dollar. Pretending not to suffer this time. Open your tongue, open your dollar. Pretending not to suffer this time. I'm Zakon, Bumuluma. I'm Zakon, Bumuluma. Yeah, I'm Zakon, Bumuluma. I'm Zakon, Bumuluma. Yeah. Thank you.
Siyabong. Please Mshaylen Tando once more. Okay, once more we'd like to thank Polo Kruyala Isabi for the contribution that they made. Unfortunately, I think Balangapan, Gabanza, Pagas, that's why. Okay, this is the part where it's in a Boguti, Snebangan, Bogus Maloy. I'm sure you feel English, the by Kulumi, so it's somehow. So it's in a Bogus Nebangan, Bemaloy, so practice a section 35 of the Constitution, which says you have the right to remain silent. Yeah, anything you say can and will be used against you. So we see the first two speakers, but we will make a point for the next speakers labatago ba pikisela ma point wabo and add on top of that. Noticing we see not all the judges babuile. Can we request all the judges to come back, please, so we can proceed in the program? Sorry? Oh, they're coming, okay. Okay, in the meantime, DJ, do your thing. Okay, wasacela Nada Mlazi. Stella Nadia Mlazi. Milazi, yeah, Nadia Milazi.
I was told Nadia.
Leading the struggle with nothing in your hands can bring confusion in the family. I miss those days of jubilation when Mama yelled the reality. Leading the struggle with nothing in your hands can bring confusion in the family. Those days of jubilation when my day the reality. Days of happiness when families sat around the fire. Those were the days of stability when my day the reality.
Okay, before njengoba sisaqhubeka okay my judges sekabuyile and since the time le babayenda speech la Polo crew mentionile kusibona they thank what Impumelelo Educational Trust has been doing, so for that siyabonga. And for those labangangati nami I'm a living witness. I'm one of my graduates who was sponsored by Impumelelo Educational Trust. I'm accounted as we speak because of my contributions la community YND. So for now, as we proceed, Dr. Clement atoshela a poem before for usima speakers la lanzela cover and then so in the meantime we can have Clement at the podium. Simshayile Ntandla.
Hello everybody. Are we happy? Well, there's a question that I want to ask. Is it too early or too late for a love poem? Because I'll be reciting a love poem. I bet even youth is allowed to fall in love, right? Okay, so it goes like this. We tease, we please, we spend time together. We need, we lead, we bleed, yet survive through stormy weather. My love, you are here with the perfect key of my heart. You are here who stole my heart from the start. Yet to surprise my surprises, so when my surprises came to surprise me, they surprised me even more because they are also surprised. But how can I say this since you're my cutie? You rain on my thirsty eyes when they thirst for beauty. As a queen of my heart, please, as a queen of my heart, take your golden throne. You make me melt like an ice cream, please be my cone. Who else would I miss? Who else would I miss to kiss? You collected all my pieces to be in one piece. My soul found inner peace. You blessed my blessings, so when my blessings came to bless me, they blessed me even more because they were also blessed. You are her whom my heart desire. Your smile is a spark to set my heart on fire. They say in this world nothing is perfect, for you are my living perfection. That I love you, it's a fact. Always loving you is my intention. Your hair is heavenly divine, and my love for you is divided by 0, it's undefined.
Yeah, so to better the program, the advantage towards cultivated well. So the chapter if purchasing had an advantage to the process. So for Woodsie, even the whole debate competition now imebezilio advantage, which means Imashishing will go first near that speaker south.
Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
The youth of today may only be a quarter of a population, but it is most certainly 100% of our future. The youth plays a very critical and central role in life itself. As to the initiatives and techniques we can begin to employ in ensuring we become a revolutionized nation. With those words, ladies and gentlemen, flourishing dynamite, honorable educators, respectful timekeeper, and House of Debated capacity, I pass my revolutionary greetings unto you all. We are all gathered here today to discuss on the motion that states that why should Russia invade Ukraine? Now, ladies and gentlemen, as Mashishing Secondary School, we would like to congratulate Menesile Secondary School on the points they have raised here today. Now, with no further wasting of time, I would like to embark on my rebuttals, hence it shall be a long journey cut short. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker defined the motion. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the opposition is supposed to redefine the motion, but then let us not look at that at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request that the House at large notices that when my first speaker was presenting, he was interrupted by moving chairs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please, we request that the opposition team take account. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we have seen from the second speaker, she only spoke about the interests of the rest of the world. She did not wonder what are the interests of Russia. Now, dear speaker, if you want to be a fair debater, you must look at the story from both perspectives. Now, as we have seen through the second speaker, they are lacking information, ladies and gentlemen, that shows us that they are not taking this debate seriously, and their information should not be taken to consideration in this house of debate, hence it can be deceptive and can make our right about the issue of today's debate. Now, some advice to the second speaker of my Menesile Secondary School, ladies and gentlemen. Please, speaker, know your information. The second speaker is supposed to be brimming with information. However, you are lacking information. Dear speaker, we know you have potential in you. Please help us unlock it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I think about it, the entire team was lacking information. What does that show us? Ladies and gentlemen, it is dark on the other side. It is like a black man wearing a black suit, looking for a black hat in a black room at night. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please forgive me. I shall not be a poet. Let us leave the poetry to before our climate, hence they are respecting it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot wait to see what the rest of the team have to offer, as their second speaker was lacking information. However, ladies and gentlemen, as Mashishing Secondary School, we believe in them, hence they are a team of females only. Ladies and gentlemen, viva Mbogoto, viva! Viva! Well, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, the future is female. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to embark on my argument of the day. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is set to fundamentally transform both the international system and international order. The decision to start the war was framed by Vladimir Putin in terms of security dilemma. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a dilemma is a situation by which a difficult choice has to be made between two or more alternatives, especially ones which are equally undesirable. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. At that time, ladies and gentlemen, the Russian president, Glukovich, was promised by the United States that NATO would not move to the east. Instead, several countries have joined NATO. Among those are the Baltic Republic, Poland, Romania, and yes, Lithuania. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even if Russia managed a quick military success upon Ukraine, installing a puppet government in Kyiv would require significant and incredible effort. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, that is a very big country. Let us not regard the fact that Ukraine is the second biggest country in Europe. And ladies and gentlemen, it has access to the Black Seas and its borders are connected directly to the east of Ukraine. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there were no sustainable or realistic goals that Russia could achieve except survival by invading Ukraine. What does that tell us? That simply tells Memesi Secondary School that Russia is invading Ukraine not of its want, but a need to survive. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, there were no realistic or sustainable goals Russia could achieve except survival by invading Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm out of time. Thank you.
They did not make a mistake.
Open quote. Those who cannot understand how to put their thoughts on ice should not enter into the heat of debate. Close quote. Ladies and gentlemen, with those words, allow me to send my most sincere and humble greetings to the House and its own capacity. I greet you all in the name of debate. I am Nicola Dupont, the third speaker of Team Memeside, and I will be outlining the team's case and also presenting the rebuttals of the other team. The motion still stands. Why Russia must attack Ukraine? The consequences of Russia's war on Ukraine have not just shaken both nations, but also the region and the world. It has also affected the importance of global safety net and also the regional arrangements in place to buffer the economies. According to the IMF blog, it has been stated that the war may fundamentally alter the economics and also geopolitics. Russia must not attack Ukraine to avoid additional financial exposures. We all know that the increased geopolitical tension further raises the negative impact on the economic fragmentation, especially on technology and trade. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I go too far with my own argument, let us first have a look at what the speakers from Mashishing High have said. Yes, I will continue with our team's case in a minute. But before I do that, there are some things that need to be addressed. It is important to remember that when we give people information, we must also give them facts, not just lousy opinions. Many Team Mashishing do not even understand what are the meanings of facts and opinion. Fact is a statement that can be proven, and opinion is an expression of a person's feeling that cannot be proven. What I am trying to tell you guys is that Team Mashishing told us their opinions. What they did not give us facts. backing them up with evidence. First of all, it's unrealistic to make such claims without not understanding the meaning of Russia and the Ukraine war. Because clearly, guys, it shows that the team at Mashishinghai, they did not even understand the whole topic. The Russian war has killed approximately 10,000 and also 4,169 of them are children. Maybe you all did not hear me. I said, and I repeat, approximately 10,000 people lost their lives during that war. How then do we believe that their information is valid? Whereas they did not mention the resources of their information. Excuse me, but I was not quite impressed. Though you all look so clean and you are well prepared. But it's high time I remind you that this is not a poetry competition, but it is a debate competition. We want facts, not opinions. Ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker from Mashishinghai told us that the war started in 2014, but also the second speaker from Mashishinghai told us that the war started in 1949. Which one should we believe? Also, the first speaker from Mashishinghai was busy here reading his introduction. That shows that he was not even prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, let me not waste any time and ascend this podium as I excuse myself and allow the fourth speaker.
The article is so vitally important to the state. It is a matter of life and death. Or either to peace or to ruin. Hence, no circumstances can it be neglected. With those who have ladies and gentlemen of double qualities indeed, be equally treated. As my first speaker has clearly outlined our speaker's role as the fourth speaker, it is my duty to present our team's summary statement and compare and analyze arguments presented by the other team. So my fellow delegates, without wasting time further, I'd like to embark on my speech, and it shall indeed be a long journey and short. We are debating on the motion that states, why must Russia attack Ukraine? Now my first speaker firstly stated that the cause of the Russia-Ukraine conflict is carried by the historical relationship between the two countries. My first speaker then mentioned that the conflict in the eastern Ukraine erupted in early 2014. Following the Russia's attachment of Crimea. He then further stated that in April 2016, NATO announced that the association would deploy 4 battalions to Eastern Europe, rotating troops through Estonia, Latvia, and in Poland to deter possible future Russian aggression elsewhere in Europe. He then also mentioned the war which is currently happening, which dominated in February 2022. Now, when coming to my second speaker, he not only mentioned when Russia wrapped up its global standing, he stated the increasing hostility with Ukraine and the West's advantage to Russia given the total relationship between the USA and its European allies, the domestic support for such an endeavor and Putin's need for a popularity boost ahead of the 2024 Russian political elections. He then stated the greatest highlight of whether Russia must attack Ukraine. Now, when coming to my last duty, our opponent's first speaker firstly stated, now when coming to my last duty, our opponent's first speaker firstly didn't state the House with useful points, but states rather on introduction without stating the main point. But when
African speaker, ladies and gentlemen, such beauty. He not only provided solution, but provided the house with the historical background of Russia and UK. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the third. He not only accused us of providing the house with capacity with opinions, but accused Team Popo, who has efficient information, of providing the house with opinions rather than facts. Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case. Thank you.
Mandela once said, education is the key and the passport to the brighter future. With those words being said, I'd like to send my sincerely and humble greetings to the honorable judges, adjudicator, as well as the house in its own capacity. Standing in front of you is Fuyo Piri, the fourth speaker of the opposition side. The motion still stands. Why Russia must attack Ukraine? I'll first go and show you guys what was happening before the war and how Ukraine and Russia used to live before the war. As you all know that Russia and Ukraine were close like siblings. Whatever Ukraine was doing, Russia was also doing. For example, the education system, the food they were eating, the language that they were speaking. Ukraine did not know that Russian leader initially aimed was to overrun Ukraine and to dispose its government, any good and its desire for the join of Western visiting alliance NATO. After a month later, since Russia saw that their plan had failed, they decided to start an unnecessary war. Do you hear me? Unnecessary war. In March 2022, a week after the Russia invasion of Ukraine, 98% of Ukraine said they did not know that the land belonged to Russia. Let me repeat. I think you didn't hear me. Yeah. 98%, that's the age, 98% of Ukraine and people from Russia that were living in Ukraine did not know and did not believe that the land belonged to Ukraine, or did not know that the land belonged to Russia. But 72% of Ukraine prefer peace, because we all know that Ukraine loves peace, right? But Russia had a bad attitude towards Ukraine, since Russia does not want peace. As we know that the land that they are fighting for belongs to Ukraine. Russia is fighting for the land because of the minerals. I don't think Russia was going to fight for the land if it did not have minerals. I really don't think that Russia was going to fight for the land if it did not have minerals. Russia is fighting for the land because Russia knows that the land has minerals. To show that whatever Russia is doing, it's very wrong. Even the United States, the alliance, and the parties worldwide are united to support Ukraine to win the war. Ladies and gentlemen, you all are wondering where did I get my sources, right? Well, I got my source from WW World Wide War. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to continue where my third speaker left. The second speaker from my Shishini was doing an opopropo. If you all know that that's an opopropo, but to you, I think you all don't know. The second speaker from my Shishini was opposing white
proposing the motion, which means that the second speaker from my session didn't really understand the motion. Yes! The best speaker from my session was reading, and this is not an unprepared speech or something or competition, should I say so. This is a debate. I only know that only speaker number 3 and 4 are the ones allowed to read. Oh, and then the fourth speaker from my session don't know even how to pronounce Ukraine. It's not Ukraine.
Good day, Honorable Education, timekeeper, and our program director. Indeed, we're the first and the last, the beginning and the end. We're the keeper of creation and creator of all. We're the architecture of the universe and the manager of all this debate. We always was, always is, and always will be unchanged, undefeated, and never undone. As our speakers already stated, we are debating on the motion that states, why must Russia attack Ukraine? As a first speaker, it is my duty to remind the House of the motion, summarize our team's case, and motivate why our team should win in this debate today. Respected delegates, our best team to present it dependable, accountable, justified statements that are signed, sealed, and indeed delivered in today's knowledgeable debate. We were fascinating, not only through the content, but through the ethics or code of conduct of this debate. It makes us so sad for opponents pretending to be debating, but through our perfect optimistic perspective, they were only here to become audiences or in a debate class to learn and share. 1 plus 1 is a question. You can never question 2 because 2 is answered, meaning that we're the conquerors of this debate. We gave you full, excellent presentation, no fallacious arguments. We gave you truthful analysis of information presented by other teams in relation to a team's case and presented amazing, amazing, undefeated, sufficient, and perfect rebuttal. Our opponent's information was fallacious as they pretend. Our opponent's information was fallacious and fabricated as they presented nothing but empty plates on the table. Honorable advocates, our opponents want us to believe that the Russia-Ukrainian war should stop.
So kumele rearrange something. Number 301, stop legal bugla. Box the arrange that. Liga number 3, best number 2, stock born, because best 3, number 2, stock single bugla, stock legal bugla, yeah, so still about 2 and number 3 is ngaphambi sibanike. Okay, now bese stonika number 1 ne, number 2 stomnika now, and I read it very quickly ne. Now that book letter is a very okay. That book letter I think it costs around 500 It's a very good book. You learn quite everything about it. So come through play. Shall I start? Okay. Zanele ku. Buya. Number 3, angabia ngaphambili wasemashishini. Number 2 wasemashishini boy. There's another key. Yeah. Number two, I number 3. Number 2 wasemashishini. Hey, huyo 2. Number 2. Number 2. Simshalela yakho simshalela tatu.
Mashishini High. Sabi, it's our second test team. Obviously, our overall winner of our today's debate goes to Mashishini High.
singahamba. Nasi isimemetelo lesingicela kusindlulisa sisahlangene sonke. Mhla ka-24 Friday later, another youth celebration ieta khona la YOULL. Niyacelwa ukuthi nibe khona futhi. And then in the 29, week after next on Wednesday, Department of Department of Economic Development and Tourism. Yosibitela wonke ma stakeholders la khona. La ne potential yokuthi anga assist abantu labasha. Nakhona so va celebrate i-Youth Day. Niyacelwa futhi ukuthi nibe khona. And lastly, Bosesi, I think from the age of 10 kuya etulu. Nicela ukuthi nidlule la stage kuna something ngala. Nidlule mthope nambe nayo.
Welcome back once again. I've got another guest. Guys, this guy can sing. This guy is a superstar. I am even surprised that he managed to attend. His name is Liseho. Hi. I'm fine, thanks. And you? Please tell everybody, what do you do?
Okay, I am the song guy based here in Saudi. My stage name is Titus King. That's where, like, to make it like, if you find me on stage, I'm Titus.
Okay.
Titus King. So I sing, but I normally take like it down. But people tell me like that.
Yeah. I attended Miss Impumelelo 2022. This guy rocked the stage. In fact, he forgets himself on stage. I'm even surprised because he's having those kind of like
One thing I know that like every time we do this type of thing, especially I love singing with all my heart.
Yeah.
I feel as if music is a part of me, like it's a part of who I am. So whenever you're gonna be performing for somebody, it feels like it's the first time. So you always get those jitters, those bugs, feeling like, oh hey, it's the first time. Like, how are they gonna react?
Okay.
So I love that. I do love that, truly speaking, and that's why I'm so happy.
All right, so let's get into today's agenda. What were you assigned to come here and do?
Okay, today we are assigned with a group of kids, yes, young where like they dance traditionally, they do drilling, they act, they do almost anything.
Oh, cute.
Like it's just a bonding activity for kids, like to be off the streets and to have something to do after school.
Are you like their choreographer? Okay.
We've been looking into that. Hopefully we can actually grow this brand more if we can get like sponsors to help assist us with some of the things that are actually required.
Okay.
Because they're still young and they need money, they need resources, they need a lot of things. So I basically hope that it becomes a well-known big thing so that they can get bookings like to dance or maybe abroad, maybe those who are coming to visit here and tell them as tourists. So that kind of vibe to say that no, we are also doing something with our lives. We're also contributing to the economy, contributing to society in a very positive manner. So that's what we're actually doing in the long run.
Wow, you sound like a person who is really dedicated in his work.
I love that. I love working with kids. I seriously do because, truly speaking, they are future leaders. And if we actually let them go astray, who will be there to be this?
True. Now coming to this to today's date, basically, today is the 16th of June. What does that mean to you?
For me, it speaks liberty.
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 Wow.
Because now in these days we actually have choices and we have opinions, we have voices. We can actually say that I am me. I can do whatever I want. I can learn whatever I want in order to reach my own goal. Because at the end of the day, we all want freedom and we all actually want to be free to choose whatever we want to do. I don't even know if that makes sense.
It does. A whole lot of sense.
So like, yeah, we are free to do whatever we want. We are free to be whoever we want because nobody is telling us to form a line in one specific direction.
Yeah.
So that's what it says to me.
All right, well there you have it. One thing I'm gonna promise you guys is that I'll be having this guy on my YouTube channel and you're gonna have to hear that angelic voice that he's got right under there. All right, thank you so much guys. Please stay tuned for more guests to come. All right, bye. All right guys, our next person that we are going to be interviewing is...
Oh, it's my sister.
I'm fine, thanks, and you?
Critical but stable.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay, my pleasure.
Is this your first time attending?
No, I think it's a couple of time attending.
All right, awesome. So what do you do?
I'm actually the branch secretary of the ANC Youth League in our Dot 6, Roland Molapo branch.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Guys, I hope you see this because I'm bringing you the most important people within our community. All right, so I've got two questions for you. So the first one, what does June 16 mean to you?
June 16 to me means a whole lot of different things. Painful and it brings joy, brings joy, victories and victories that still needs to be achieved.
Okay.
Hence June 16, the generation of 1976, June 16, fought against the apartheid bondages, which they've identified their generational mission of freedom in their lifetime, of which they've achieved in 1994. And as the current generation, we still got another generation of ours, which is economic freedom in our lifetime. As Frans Fanon once said in his book, each generation must identify its mission. It is in them that they betray it or fulfill it.
Yeah. Wow, with those key words, guys, you can tell that this position was not given to you by any chance. You're actually like good in politics. All right, so the second question. Ever since Impumelelo Educational Trust started hosting these youth summits on the 16th of June, do you feel like the community, it's actually like helping the community in terms of development and the youth?
Yes, it does, my sister. Hence, Impumelelo Educational Trust, I think it's turning 10 now.
10 years,
10 years.
Yeah,
And,
that is correct.
it started with us. I was in grade 11, 2012, 2013. We were the first ones to be awarded with awards for having done well in our matric years.
Okay.
So, ever since they've started Impumelelo Educational Trust, I think they've brought a whole lot of change since majority of our youth are uninformed. So they bringing clarity into the youth, highlighting them of what has been happening in the past and what should the current youth do.
Alright.
So by those ways, I mean, we are blessed.
We are blessed to have Impumelelo Educational Trust.
Such an organization such as Impumelelo Educational Trust.
Wow.
So it does show with the organization is healthy and alive. Hence it's turning 10 years.
True, true.
But you'll assist me on the exact date because I see Langi cake.
I think we're still to find out. When I peel and I'm peel.
Okay,
all right, guys. There you have it. Stay tuned for more people to be interviewed right here. All right.